come up. The waves been come up. C'est pas sur les days been come up. C'est pas sur les days. Thank you. Dreams about being a party, and just how great that would be. He said, we had the best time at your party. Go out tonight and get a night. We had the best time at your party. Go out tonight and get a night. Thank you so much. All right, boys, you want to come out to 10? Through the pressures of life, and before that, oh yeah. Hey guys, could you put a little more light back there for me? More light. So this song is called "Learn to Live, Love and Learn." I saw it written down on the billboard on Route 1. It's really cool. That is really cool. Okay, it's called "Living with Love and Living Learning." Ready? Listen. This is a song we wrote today on the way down. Monday. I'd like to thank those gentlemen at the hot dog place over here. Good fucking hot dogs. Special sauce. Going out to you guys. I'm liking what I hear. Frank, give me a purple red cheese if you please. It's a great prize. Sang that you were missing when you reach and I sneezed and it blew my mind. see there are a few things that spoil the most inside. The waking of all creatures that live around. And with just one faint glance back into the sea, Malice lingers with his wandering eye. about you guys. Hey, good crew. I said that sound effects were very beautiful. I said no, stay. Don't fly me. This was one.
Jimmy Wilson. Here's some more drums. It's Friday night! I think. You're
could be poker. Tried to go and let it all hang out. Pantyhose and acronym, smoking them false cigarettes. Like the tangerine street. Do it, don't me. I'm looking at it, I'm looking at it, I'm looking at it now. Smoking! When we're close.
Thank you, Rehoboth Beach. Delaware. Dewey Cox. I love you, baby. Oh, that Schneider at the bar.
me high. Why don't we get really try? Let the Bible do the work. I used to find and soothe the hurt. Thank you. Chris, come over here, man. Vocals. Oh, yeah. All right. I'm ready. You guys ready? A little more. All right. This next song is called Object by Ween. This next song is called Object by Ween. It's called Object by Ween. You're just an object to me. I'd like to get to know you better. Place you across our body. You're just an object to me. You're just a piece of me. Just an object to me. I feel a little better. Get down your sweater. You're just an object to me. You guys, thank you. Let's introduce a very important man. Mr. David Drywitz. Member of the band, Mr. Dan. Check. Leader behind the scenes, Scotty Ryan. That's song, the opening classic song. One of them here, the song. Tonight here, Ray. David's done a lot of great things for the community. I'm the enabler. I'm your soul slayer. As I lead you to your self-destruction. It's my function. Your life is nothing. You can't resist me. 'Cause I give your life away. Your life is nothing. Look at all the misery, revelry can bring. I'm the enabler. I'm your soul slayer. As I lead you to your self-destruction. It's my function. Your life is nothing. I'm the enabler. I'm your soul slayer. As I lead you to your self-destruction. It's my function. Your life is nothing. Though I should fly, it's happening now. And all I have is nothing, nothing to do, nothing to say. I think I must be dreaming. The sun comes up and I'm all down. Is this what Tina was talking about? I don't think I will ever return. Friend.
When I was a kid in Greenwood, Indiana, I dreamed of adventure. Hidden treasure waiting to be found. Strange artifacts made by ancient people. And old maps leading to lost worlds. In my mind, these adventures were somewhere else, very far away, such as Egypt, Jordan, South America, Cambodia, anywhere but Indiana. But little did I know that ancient worlds were in my own backyard. Hidden across the landscape were ancient burial mounds, stone forts, and earthworks thousands of years before Indiana was even a state. And not only that, an old map to these places, telling of treasures and unknown people, was not hidden in a cold, dark cave. Instead, it was buried in a university archive, waiting to be found. It would lead me to amazing antiquities of the past that still remain. The literal X on the map. In the late 1800s, a geologist by the name of Edward Travers Cox was working for the state of Indiana. He compiled a listing of the state's natural resources, county by county, and published these findings in geological surveys. But what was curious about these reports were sections he titled Antiquities. He not only described ancient artifacts found, but entire cities long abandoned for thousands of years. Eventually, the list grew to over 2,000 ancient burial mounds and earthworks in Indiana. This included cities with walls as high as 17 feet tall. There were detailed descriptions of skeletons, strange copper jewelry, armor, and other implements of war. These items were very different from those of known Native Americans. Strangely, Native American people told early European settlers that they found these places. They didn't build them. And not only that, these unknown people had a confounding, advanced knowledge of the universe. These earthworks predicted annual solstices and equinoxes. These were all accomplished without telescopes, star charts, computers, or even measurement devices. It was both mysterious and perplexing. It raised many questions in my head. How did they do it? Who were these people really? And where did they come from? Starting at the very top of Indiana is Lake Michigan. While the shoreline speaks of sunshine and calm, below the surface are many mysterious clues to a very ancient past. In 2007, scientists looking for shipwrecks discovered a curious boulder. 5 feet wide and 4 feet tall, it had a petroglyph, an illustration of a mastodon. As mastodons went extinct about 10,000 years ago, this meant that someone carved it in antiquity, even before the pyramids were built in Egypt. But that was only the start. Also found was a circular structure made of large stones. It closely resembled Stonehenge across the Atlantic Ocean, a prehistoric timekeeping device. Now underwater, the boulder and Stonehenge-like structure were both created when water levels were much lower than they are today. This tells us several intriguing things. Number 1, that these items were created before the great melting of the Ice Age, making them some of the oldest man-made items on Earth. Number 2, this was home to one of the oldest civilizations that we know of. This is very uncharted territory that creates as many questions as it does answers. And finally, number 3, it challenges the belief that the earliest people of Indiana were simple and primitive. Simple and primitive people don't make structures aligned to stars with mathematical precision. Many examples of their work still remain across the Indiana landscape. And with the help of a nearly 150-year-old treasure map, I set out on a journey to find these lost ancient cities. There are still many ancient sites in Indiana, though they may not be advertised. They may be on private property, often hidden in the woods. Pyramid Mound at Vincennes, Indiana is the tallest mound in the state at 47 feet tall. It's hidden in the woods next to the highway. In late spring and summer, you can hardly see it. In contrast, the Sugarloaf Mound, located across town, is easily accessible. It's the second largest mound in Indiana at 44 feet tall. In the past, kids used to sled down its slope in the winter over hundreds of dead people. Some ancient mounds are hidden in plain sight, like the Chrysler Mound. It's located at the edge of the parking lot at Newcastle High School. This is a ceremonial mound with ancient rites unknown. We can only imagine what once went on here. Many times, they are only mentioned in the history of local archives, if you're lucky. You'll only find them with a dedicated amount of research. But I was traveling with a treasure map. I was not empty-handed. In the early days of our country, many white settlers recognized mounds as ancient cemeteries. They put new graves around them, respecting the grounds, such as here at Aurora, Indiana. And here at New Harmony, with many small mounds that have worn down over time. It's much the same story at Fredericksburg, with this one partitioned by a fence. But as they dotted all over the landscape, they hindered both farming and the building of roads. Countless mounds were destroyed. Having found unusual artifacts in the process, amateur archaeology became very popular. Many sites were plundered, sheerly for grave goods and bragging rights. And at the time, there was no law against it. These artifacts told an unusual story. For one, there was jewelry made from seashells from the Gulf of Mexico, hundreds of miles from the ocean. And items made of copper, as Indiana only has rare glacial deposits of copper. It came from somewhere else. In North America, copper occurs abundantly in Michigan, Canada, Montana, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona, but not Indiana. It was very strange and hinted of a people used to traveling very long distances. They most likely used waterways to get places, and countless mounds were placed along them. From the shores of Lake Michigan to the banks of the Ohio River, and thousands of peaceful rivers and streams in between. Geologist Edward Cox made a crucial observation. These ancient people not only buried their dead along the waterways, but set up cities and lookout posts high above them. They wanted to see whom was coming and going from a distance. It made sense to have good visibility of potential enemies. Armed with this information and a book of maps, I hit the road with a great deal of anticipation. Whether or not I'd find anything more than a few burial mounds was yet to be seen. Some were hidden near highways, where thousands pass unknowingly. But I found much more than I ever dreamed. Actual ancient cities, still hidden in the woods. Including a prehistoric clock, one that still works after thousands of years. In my hands was a map showing 3 ancient settlements, Lawrenceburg, and a very large fort at Hardinsburg, Indiana, and across the Great Miami River in Ohio, a tall bluff with yet another ancient fort. I would start there and make my way west, traveling through thousands of years of ancient history. For a kid from Greenwood, Indiana, this was the kind of adventure I always dreamed about. Mixed with legends of ancient curses, advanced technologies, and even giants, I could hardly wait to get there. The ancient fort is part of Shawnee Lookout Park, so named as the last residents were Shawnee Indians. But they didn't build it, they found it. And that's what they told white settlers. It's clearly identified in the Indiana DeLorme Atlas and Gazetteer. This one would be a gimme. Others would take some detective work. At the start of the park, there was even a burial mound along the road, well before reaching the fort. It provided a false sense of how easy this adventure would be. It wouldn't. Old maps did not have the benefit of satellites, and after 200 years since the first description of these places, some waterways have even changed. But after all, uncertainty is part of the thrill. On an early Monday morning, I found an empty parking lot, a place totally deserted, and a trailhead beckoning me to come forth. For nearly 2 hours, it would be just me and the spirits of the past. If you have physical limitations, this is not a path to consider. There are lots of ups and downs, including a significant staircase. It starts off deceptively easy, but it doesn't stay that way. Downloading a map is a great idea. This plateau is much bigger than it looks on a tiny map. In fact, way bigger. And there are many side trails that can get you lost for hours. When you reach the first fork, you'll see the tip of the fort in front of you. It's a wide open plaza. When you walk here, you're walking on thousands of years of history. There are earthworks that make a wall around the perimeter. In antiquity, they were much taller than before erosion. I chose to hike around the fort and get a sense of how big it is. It is enormous. There are burial mounds around the perimeter as you go deeper and deeper into history. As I went deeper along the path, I could feel a strange sense of presence, an unreal, muffled quiet. I saw the sign that indicated I'd reached the end of the perimeter, but I chose to go on to the overlook. Up here is an outstanding view, partially eclipsed by summer foliage. Through this portal, I could see modern bridges and cars, unaware of my presence. And an unparalleled view of the river to see whom was coming and going for many miles. I could only think of the ancient eyes that stood here before me and their footsteps that I now traced. Going completely around the fort, I found stairs that went deeply into a ravine and abruptly required a climb upward. Back at the fort, thousands of years had passed, and all that remained was what I could feel. Coming here, some might only find a trail, some burial mounds, and a wall. But others like me, an experience, one that's very difficult to put into words. Back in Indiana, I found the Nowlin Mound site at Lawrenceburg. It was a decent-sized settlement of the Adena period. This is where archaeologist Glenn Black did an immense amount of research. Going back about 1,000 years, it provided some very intriguing insights, some very disturbing. At its heart was a massive burial mound, 198 feet long, 90 feet wide, and 15 feet tall. As the Adena people buried their dead from east to west, Glenn Black excavated in that pattern. If there was an ancient curse to be claimed, it was chiggers, tiny insects that lived in the grass and bit everyone that worked at the site. But perseverance paid off, and found beneath the mound was a skull. But curiously, without a body. There was speculation that these ancient people were buried with the heads of their enemies. They might even be headhunters, possibly even cannibals. Having found a large stone below the skull, a burial chamber was imminent. The chamber was once made of logs, and the mound's clay formed around it and solidified. It had been so long ago that the logs had turned into dust. Professor Black described the skeleton as some kind of warrior chieftain adorned with a shell necklace. This was a very old find, from a time before known Native Americans. Categorized as Adena, it only solidified what we know of their strange culture and customs. As described in the Indianapolis News of October 1934, the skeleton was surrounded by numerous skulls without bodies. A very telling, if not unsettling, discovery. History is history. It doesn't have to be easy to read or understand. Famous for his work at Angel Mounds in Evansville, Indiana, he used a magnetometer to look for artifacts and unusual cavities in the earth. A great deal was found here and taken back to Indiana University at Bloomington. I couldn't help but look at the ground and hope that something was somehow missed, but I found nothing. Just a deserted prairie where secrets are suspected but never told. And a burial mound once opened, creating more questions than answers. What intrigued me most was an ancient fort above Hardinsburg. Known as the Obertine Fort, it was surrounded by a large wall. The only way in was through a big tower at its entrance. At least 8 burial mounds were also on the large plateau. This absolutely had me stoked, but how to find it? Starting with a satellite map, I superimposed the old map, attempting to line it up with the bends of the Great Miami and Ohio rivers. But the path of those rivers either changed or were slightly off scale. They could not be lined up precisely. I noticed that the old fort at Hardinsburg was nearly even with the fort in Ohio, so I made grid lines. By simply removing the older map, it revealed the likely location of the fort. I looked for any road leading up and into the interior, and I found it. Obertine Road. As I was looking for the Obertine Fort, it had to be the right spot. So I headed for Hardinsburg and found the large ridge popping up from the landscape. I took the first road leading up the hillside as adrenaline surged through my system. Second by second, getting closer to the target and wondering what I'd find after several thousand years. This could be nothing, or it could totally be something. And then, the private property sign. I'd been to this rodeo before, finding a castle in the woods, making 3 documentaries, and then receiving a letter from a lawyer saying I trespassed on private property. With the threat of legal action, they asked me to take down all the videos. I had no intention of taking that ride twice. Searching online, I found university papers summarizing studies conducted at the old fort. There was some LiDAR photos, but no mention of an ancient tower or U-shaped fort walls. High-resolution satellite imagery didn't show anything. And unlike other ancient sites throughout the state, there wasn't a single picture of the fort. Even though I legally couldn't go there, perhaps there was nothing left to see. I called the local archaeology organization and left my number. While disappointed, I still had other sites to find. And at the end of this journey, I'd be glad I went. My next map sent me to Winchester, Indiana. This massive ancient city took up 31 acres, where the White River and Sugar Creek meet. Built by the Hopewell people, the walls were 1,080 feet by 1,320 feet. They were 7 to 10 feet tall and around 25 feet wide. It was a significant place. At the center was a mound 180 feet in diameter and 15 feet tall. And it wasn't placed there at random. A study completed by Ball State University proved that the mound and the walls were aligned to celestial objects. The builders of this complex were not simple people at all. They were well organized and had a complex knowledge of astronomy. In the late 1800s, the plaza was made into the Randolph County Fairgrounds. People used to sit on the ancient walls to watch events at the fair. Geologist Edward Cox himself sat on the mound to watch a horse race. It was called Fudge Mound. But where is this city today? The Randolph County Historical Society introduced me to a wealth of information. From excavations throughout the county, ancient copper artifacts, and old maps that I could compare to the satellite images. But I wouldn't have to go very far to find the remains of this ancient city. A building across from the courthouse, like so many others, was built from the fort. The mighty ancient walls of clay were dug out and used to make bricks. There is no longer an ancient city along the White River and Sugar Creek. Wearing modern goggles, it's a complete loss to history, thousands of years wasted that we'll never get back. But in the early days of Winchester, it was only building materials that were badly needed. My next map took me to Newcastle, Indiana, in one of the most incredible ancient sites in the state. The Newcastle Complex. The city was surrounded by a huge earthen wall that included moats. It was very substantial. As described in 1937, it had 9 C-shaped enclosures, assumed to be used for religious ceremonies. There were also 4 mounds and several odd earthworks, whose purpose is unknown. The grounds can still be seen by satellite, but it's no longer in its former glory. At one point, much of the complex was leveled to make a hospital. That hospital is also now gone. Today, it's the Wilbur Wright Shooting Range. It was yet another loss for ancient history. The question in my head after the last 2 stops is nothing sacred. From an ancient city built by an unknown people, then occupied by Native Americans, then white settlers, then made into a hospital, then a shooting range. We all recycle what's in front of us. History always repeats itself. Someday, another people will come to this land and make it something else. Nothing stays the same. One ancient map remained at Anderson, Indiana, Mound State Park. Described in detail by Edward Cox, this was a very unusual place. There are 10 mounds here, including a prehistoric clock that still keeps time. These people knew their astronomy. It was first occupied by ancient Adena, then Hopewell, and Mississippian people, and after that, both Miami and Potawatomi Native Americans before white settlers. Occupied for well over 2,000 years, it's a prime example of recycling. The massive Great Mound conjures up images of mystery, with ancient people performing rituals. This C-shaped mound is 300 feet across. The ditch around it is 10 feet deep. To walk around it is a 1.25 mile trip. It is certainly impressive. Nearby is the Fiddleback Mound, named for its unusual shape. Together, the mounds on this plain predict solstices and equinoxes without fail. No one knows how ancient people did this. There are mounds all over this 290-acre park. Some are fading into the past, and others still provide wonder for generations. In the past, there were 3 caves underneath these mounds. There were even postcards showing them. At one point, a little girl was lost inside the cave system. As the story goes, when they went into the cave to rescue her, they also found ancient artifacts of the mound builders. The 3 caves were sealed by blasting them with dynamite. No one knows what was found, if anything at all. There's a lot of legends here, including tales of spirits that walk the trails. Known as puckwudgies, they resemble trolls with exaggerated facial features. Some long-term park employees swear that they've seen them. Truth or tall tale, it only adds to the mystery of this very ancient place. It's been nearly 150 years since Edward Cox published these intriguing maps, and yet the mystery of these ancient cities and their builders still remain. There are still many ancient sites across the state of Indiana, such as Angel Mounds at Evansville. Places that you and I can visit, walk the grounds, and think of a mysterious earlier time. There are some you've never heard of, such as Wapasiki-Sippeway at Fairbanks, Indiana. Browning Mountain at Brown County, a place where ancient people created a long hilltop wall made of stone, and what looks like remnants of a temple. Rose Island at Charlestown, where early settlers found remnants of a stone castle. Earthworks and a long stone wall above the ridge. But many remain on private property, such as Troxell's Horseshoe in Perry County. It's a stone structure that was already ancient when Native Americans found it. There are rumors of effigies resembling serpents hidden in the woods. Rocky ledges with carved faces, and ancient artifacts that could change history and our perception of the past. But for many reasons, those that know no longer tell. The federal government has prosecuted many Hoosiers for their fines. Universities and museums have come to southern Indiana. They've excavated ancient sites, have taken away artifacts that are never seen again. If people find something, if they know something, they never talk about it. Mysteries to stay mysteries, and questions to remain unanswered. And yet, in the back of our minds, we know there's an elusive and unprinted X on the map.
Suck it up.
And now, from the subterranean depths of a conspiracy realist's worst fever dream come to life, it's the 8th Annual Fake News Awards! Bringing you the worst deuces dropped in the turd bowl of journalism over the past year. What crimes against humanity did the mockingbird repeaters of the dinosaur media manage to whitewash last year? What absolute steaming crapola did the fibbing fabulists of the increasingly laughable establishment lapdog press try to shove down your throat in 2024? Will Benjamin Netanyahu retain his title as the most despicable liar on the face of the planet? Or will some upstart come along to take his place? And, most important of all, what disgusting dissembler of deceptive disinformation will walk away with the biggest dishonor of them all, the fakest story of the year? Find out in this year's Fake News Awards. Brought to you by our corporate sponsors. Jaguar. Copy nothing. No, seriously, don't copy our ad campaign, guys. You will go out of business. And Neuralink. Come on, get the chip. Yeah, it's exactly what Klaus Schwab and the entire globalist class want to use to implement their transhuman New World Order, but Elon Musk is that cool space guy. And now, emerging from the depths of whatever subterranean lair he lives in the other 364 days a year, here's our host for tonight's agony, Ben Kruckman! That's better. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, lords and ladies, assembled liars and sycophants, revolting reptiles and technocratic tyrants of all stripes. I've just been informed that Trump, Clinton, and Biden are now arriving at the venue, and the Zuckerborg is helping himself to some refreshments backstage. And Kamala is, well, she might show up later. So I think we're ready to start. Thank you once again for joining us here this evening. This is the 8th Annual Fake News Awards, and as you know by now, this is the only ceremony in the nauseatingly smug, gag-inducingly fake, retch-provokingly self-congratulatory award season that's actually worth watching. This is the show where we bestow the dinos. Where we bestow the dinos of dishonor on the biggest liars in the lying dinosaur media over the course of the past year. Yes, tonight we have 5 awards to hand out to the repeaters and mockingbirds who vomited establishment-approved lies into the mouths of the unsuspecting public and bid them to swallow it. A disgusting metaphor that only begins to do justice to the disgusting nature of the fake news disinformation that these toadies to the technocrats and establishment favor-currying journalists are inflicting on all of us on a daily basis. So, without further ado, I have in my hand the first dino of the evening, the fakest AI-generated garbage of the year. And the runners-up are... Stanford professor Jeff Hancock, whose biography claims he's well known for his research on how people use deception with technology, for apparently using deception with technology by citing numerous academic works that appear to have been made up by artificial intelligence software like ChatGPT. Amazon Fresh, for their Just Walk Out AI-powered cashless video surveillance system that in reality turned out to be 1,000 underpaid Indians. And Meta, for their nightmarish plan to unleash AI-generated characters, complete with profiles, backstories, and personalities, on all their garbage social media platforms. Which, it quickly emerged, they've already secretly been doing for years. Just ask Liv, Meta's black queer AI chatbot masquerading as a regular user, or Grandpa Brian, an African-American retired entrepreneur who was born in Harlem in 1938 to Caribbean immigrant parents, but who never actually existed. But don't worry, guys. Zuckerberg is totally based now, and he's part of that cool Tealverse thing you haven't been hearing about, so I'm sure it'll all turn out well. And the losers are... Xinyu Guo, Liang Dong, and Dingjun Hao for cellular functions of spermatogonial stem cells in relation to JAK/STAT signaling pathway, a paper that was published in the Frontiers in Cell and Development Biology journal in February, and then promptly retracted because it was in fact completely fake AI-generated garbage. The first tip-off to this report's unreliability? The AI-generated image accompanying the article depicting a rat, helpfully labeled rat, standing upright like a squirrel and sporting a massive penis, several times bigger than its own body, and not one, not two, not three, but 4 testicles. To top it off, the grotesque image was accompanied by nonsensical labels of made-up AI hallucinated gibberish words like desilst, testum cells, and sanctolic. As the Twitterati observed, the horrors of Figure 3, depicting some monstrous, gelatinous, AI hallucinated rendering of some vaguely cellular objects labeled with more Sanalabonksiki computer-generated babble, is somehow even more horrific than the rat penis overlord. Perhaps the dino should go to the journal itself, however. Witness the retraction notice. Following publication, concerns were raised regarding the nature of its AI-generated figures. Frontiers would like to thank the concerned readers who contacted us regarding the published article. In other words, the editors either didn't bother to even read the article they approved, didn't understand that it was gibberish, or thought you were too stupid to know. But some readers brought the problem to their attention, so down the memory hole it goes. But remember, folks, trust the science. Truly, this dino is for the paper's authors, the journal's editors, the computer circuitry that hallucinated this revolting rodent into existence, and the scientific community at large for allowing digital drivel like this to undermine the public's belief in the scientific process itself. Uncongratulations, losers! Well, I don't know about you, but now I feel like I'm covered in gag-worthy nightmare fuel. And the night is only just beginning! Strap in, folks! And incidentally, if you want to follow along at home, all of the articles, videos, and reports dishonored in tonight's proceedings will be linked up in the hyperlinked transcript at corbettreport.com/fakenews8. That's right! The Fake News Awards are the only award show with show notes! Eat your heart out, Oscar! Now, let's keep this show rolling. It's time for our second dino of the evening, the fakest economic story of the year. And the runners-up are... Intellectually challenged New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman for Understanding the Middle East Through the Animal Kingdom, a piece of pop punditry so mind-bogglingly stupid that even the mind-bogglingly stupid Thomas Friedman should be ashamed. The piece attempts to dumb down all of Middle East politics for the American reader, who Friedman obviously despises, insulting them with a turgid stream of journalistic junk as offensive as it is idiotic. Comparing Iranians to parasitoid wasps and Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, and Iraq to caterpillars, he then lionizes the US, literally, before comparing Netanyahu to a shifaka lemur. I swear I am not making this up. The American Farm Bureau Federation for Thanksgiving dinner costs are down again. A piece of PR bunkum that tries its darndest to flatly contradict the self-evident reality of inflation by telling Americans that Thanksgiving is cheaper than ever, before quietly admitting that while costs are down from last year, they are in fact up 19% since the scamdemic. They then double down on the idiocy by claiming that if your dollar had the same overall purchasing power as a consumer in 1984, then Thanksgiving would cost less than before. Except for the pesky fact that the dollar doesn't have the same purchasing power as it did in 1984. As offguardian.org puts it, the argument breaks down to if food were cheaper, dinner would cost less.
No way!
Which ranks up there with the dumbest sentences ever reported in the fake news. And China's National Bureau of Statistics for preliminary accounting results of GDP for the third quarter of 2024, which reported a completely fictitious 4.6% growth rate for China's GDP in the third quarter. Not only did former Chinese Premier Li Keqiang privately admit in 2007 that China's GDP figures are man-made and therefore unreliable, prominent Chinese economist Gao Shanwen, the chief economist at China's largest state-owned investment holding company, SDIC, called out the Chi-Com's fake GDP number late last year, calculating that China in fact averaged around 2% of GDP growth in the last 2 to 3 years. So what's Shanwen saying now? No one knows. Since making his comments, he's been placed under investigation by the Chinese government and banned from speaking publicly for an unspecified period of time. And the loser is... India Today, and The Street, and The Federalist, and NASDAQ, and literally dozens of MSM tail-chasing, supposedly independent media blogs and channels for the death of the petrodollar, a viral story that claimed the petrodollar agreement between Saudi Arabia and the US expired on June 9th, 2024. The problem? The petrodollar agreement was in fact never a formal agreement, and thus has no expiry date, meaning it can't be cancelled and it doesn't need to be renewed. That's right, folks. As very few pundits at the time seemed to realize, the petrodollar system was a backroom deal cut by Kissinger on the behalf of the Rockefellers and the US deep state to entice the Saudis to price oil in dollars in exchange for military protection from Uncle Sam. And that secret, informal deal was derided as conspiracy theory until it was finally acknowledged by the mainstream liars in 2016, a story covered by the Corporate Report nearly a decade ago. No, what ended on June 9th was not the petrodollar system, but the US-Saudi Arabian Joint Commission on Economic Cooperation, which was not a formal part of any non-existent petrodollar agreement. So, how did this story get reported and picked up and spread around the world literally hundreds of times before anyone even thought to question it? Because all most repeaters do is sheepishly repeat things they read without ever looking at source material or seeking to confirm reports. As Derek Brose noted in his detailed debunking of this petrodollar nonsense for The Last American Vagabond, a number of outlets that first misreported the story, including the Atlantic Council and TipRanks, whose ironically apt tagline is "Know Who to Trust," had to walk the tightrope of issuing retractions, corrections, or clarifications when their fake news turned out to be a pile of steaming horse manure, while simultaneously not admitting that they have no idea what they're talking about. Worst of all, it gave the usual gaggle of fact-checkers an easy slam dunk by correcting the record on all the blogs that immediately ran with the story. So, in short, the death of the petrodollar has been greatly exaggerated, And don't believe everything you read on the internet, whether from establishment sources or supposedly independent ones. And to the liars, go the dino. Okay, now that we're sufficiently warmed up, let's cool down. That's right. Now it's time for a word from our corporate sponsor. Hey, you! Yes, you! Are you a would-be world leader? Are you willing to kiss the ring and prostrate yourself before the Saudi royal family in order to secure military contracts from your prisoner beheading friends in the Middle East? Do you know how to sword dance? Well, you're not getting anywhere with 2 left feet like that. Don't get sad. Get lessons. That's right. From the same team of instructors that brought you Dancing for Doctors, it's Sword Dancing for Dummies. Don't be like this awkward idiot. Be like this suave swashbuckler. When you take Sword Dancing for Dummies, our team of instructors will have you weaving, swaying, head-chopping, and ass-kissing with the best of them in no time. Impress the Arab oligarchs on your diplomatic mission. Rise up the ranks of the New World Order. Make filthy blood money from stupidly rich, out-of-touch royal weirdos. And most importantly, have fun. Sword Dancing for Dummies. And for a limited time, order now and get a free Bhangra dance lesson from Justin Trudeau. You'll give cutting a rug a whole new meaning. Fantastic. Just fantastic. Welcome back, folks. It's time to present our third dino for the evening, the award for the fakest global warming story of the year. And the runners-up are Sky and the BBC and Australia's ABC and a slew of other fake news MSM outlets for blaming an imaginary air turbulence problem on fake weather gods. The UK Met Office for telling the public that the cold April they experienced was all in their heads. Every mainstream media outlet and every establishment institution and every scientific paper that assert in a self-deconstructing argument that every country is simultaneously warming faster than every other country. Columbia Climate School for fear-mongering about the Great Barrier Reef, which in reality just hit a new record coral cover for the 3rd year in a row. Axios, The Washington Post, The Associated Press, USA Today, The New York Times, and dozens of other dinosaur media liars for ginning up a fake news fear campaign over heat deaths during the annual Hajj in Saudi Arabia, incorrectly attributing them to angry weather gods instead of cyclical weather patterns, because climate is only weather when it's cold outside. Michael Mann and his colleagues for forecasting an unprecedented 33 named tropical cyclones in 2024, a prognostication which turned out to be the wrongest count ever predicted. And the EU's Copernicus Climate Change Service for using their crystal ball to report in advance that 2024 will be the hottest year ever. A claim that comes from their reanalysis dataset that only goes back 80 years and doesn't even use actual thermometer readings, instead combining past observations with models to generate consistent time series of multiple climate variables. And the loser is the UK Met Office for literally making up 103 fake temperature stations and reporting 30-year averages from those non-existent sites. That's right. As originally reported by Ray Sanders and followed up in a series of extensive reports by the Daily Skeptic, the UK's National Weather and Climate Service has been involved in a massive, ongoing scheme to control the future by controlling the past, creating data for 103 of their 302 weather stations that seemingly don't exist. The site for Dungeness, for example, provides 30-year rolling temperature averages from 1960 to 2020, but fails to disclose that the station in fact closed in 1986. Through diligent efforts and actual reporting, Sanders was able to obtain records via a Freedom of Information request that allowed him to determine which stations actually exist. Keep in mind, this is the same Met Office that lists an airport weather station that goes back to 1873, 30 years before airplanes were invented, and that keeps a record in which 80% of their listed weather stations are sited in locations that had internationally recognized uncertainties between 2 and 5 degrees Celsius, making the purported tenths of a degree of global warming in recent decades statistically meaningless. Wait, just a second. This just in. This whole story has been debunked by Science Feedback, a Meta/TikTok/IFCN/EU/Google News Initiative funded fact-checker site that claims the whole inventing stations idea is fake news because, quote, certain weather stations collect decades of data, but later need to close down. Rather than letting this data go to waste, scientists are able to combine this past data with more recent data from nearby, well-correlated stations, that is, those with similar trends, to look at long-term climate trends. This is a scientific method that is published in reputable, peer-reviewed papers and is used by other organizations around the world. It is not data fabrication. End quote. But, as the Daily Skeptic notes in a detailed rebuttal that is well worth the read, the Met Office in fact goes out of its way to use adjusted, amended, modified, and likely corrupted data from inferior sites over long-term, reliable data from top-quality Class 1 sites because A, almost all of their weather stations are listed as Class 4 or Class 5 sites, that is, junk sites with unreliable data unfit for weather reporting by the World Meteorological Organization, and B, Class 5 junk data sites are more likely to report anomalous, hottest ever temperature readings. So what does all this mean? It means don't trust the UK Met Office to tell you the weather in 2125. That's what it means. It's fake news. So here's your dino, Met Office. You earned it for the most shameless attempts at lying to the public in a field overwhelmed with people shamelessly lying to the public. Let's hope that public finally sees through your charade and completely and totally eliminates your funding forever. All right, folks, moving right along. The penultimate award of the evening is in my hands right now. This is the dino dishonoring this year's outstanding achievement in gaslighting. And the runners-up are the BBC for Newcastle grooming gang jailed for raping 13-year-old girl, which reports on a gang that used threats, violence, rape, and torture on a 13-year-old girl, making her life a living nightmare. And then casually admitting at the bottom of the article that the leader of this gang of despicable child rapers was lauded in a 2016 BBC puff piece on the plight of Syrian refugees in the UK, at the same time that the gang leader had been charged with sexual assault. Whoopsie. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists for Chinese Nuclear Weapons 2024, a Pentagon-sourced hit piece that uses scary-looking pictures of inflatable domes to conclude that China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads by 2035. You can take that fake news prognostication to the bank, because when has the Pentagon ever lied about a foreign enemy's nuclear buildup? Or a foreign friend's nuclear stockpile? And in a Dino's first, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists gets a special bonus nomination for Press Release, Doomsday Clock Remains at 90 Seconds to Midnight, an embarrassingly stupid piece of propaganda that would better be summarized as Extra Extra, Doomsday Clock Doesn't Change, or, as Off Guardian admirably summarizes it, Made Up Clock Tells Imaginary Time. And the New York Times for Kennedy's vow to take on big food could alienate his new GOP allies, which included a fact check claiming that Kennedy was wrong in asserting that the American Fruit Loops ingredients list differed from that found in foreign versions of the product, with the crack repeaters at the Old Grey Prostitute claiming the ingredient list is roughly the same. when this flatly incorrect statement was absolutely obliterated on social media, it was magically changed to clarify that he was wrong on the ingredient count. They are roughly the same. Remember, folks, the New York Times thinks so poorly of your intelligence that they buried their correction at the very bottom of this 41-paragraph article and hoped you would be too dumb to notice. Remarkably, the Times then doubled down on this fatuous food falsehood with, "Sorry, but this is the future of food," in which they argue that eating healthy food and using organic regenerative farming practices will anger the weather gods, so shut up and eat your Fruit Loops, you ungrateful peasants.
And the loser is Morning Joe and his wife's Big New, along with CBS, CNN, MSNBC, and every other 3- and 4-letter alphabet super in this den of fake news vipers for this version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it.
Joe? Is everything okay over there? Blink twice if Mika has a gun pointed at you off camera. I mean, when you say this version of Biden, which version of Biden did you mean exactly, Joe?
There is some movement, and I don't want to, well, maybe choose my words. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. There's some movement. There's been a response. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And Mitterrand from France looked at me and said, you know, why, how long are you back for?
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
From there's been a response.
Yeah, trust us, guys. We're the mainstream media. When have we ever lied to you? Exactly. So shut the F up and believe us when we say Biden is totally fine. And if you think otherwise, you're probably a cheap, fake-believing, MAGA cap-wearing Russian disinfo bot. Oh wait, he's totally fighting dementia. Who could have known? Except absolutely every member of the public whose face you unashamedly lied to, that is. And you know what? Maybe we need cheap fakes to make Biden look young and virile again. Now, to be fair, Morning Joe was not the only one playing this game. Take Noah Berlatsky, who brazenly asserted, "There's virtually no evidence that Biden is in cognitive decline," just months after special counsel Robert Hur declined to prosecute the puppet-in-chief for illegally and improperly storing classified material because of his, quote, diminished faculties and faulty memory, end quote. Let's just hope for Noah's sake that no one follows the link in the transcript for tonight's award show to Shoe on Head's takedown of Berlatsky to find out what he really advocates. But, truth be told, it was every clown in the entire establishment media clown world circus who told us with a straight face that Biden was, say it with me now, sharp as a tack.
And the people that I've talked to and everybody that I have Say he's as sharp as a tack.
He's as sharp as a tack.
He's sharp, he's fit, he's always answering questions.
I think that Joe Biden's mental acuity is very, very on. He's one of the smartest, sharpest people I've met in DC.
This is a very sharp president.
He's sharp, he's engaged.
Incredibly sharp, incredibly probing, incredible command of the details.
Oh, watch out, everybody. This guy is sharp as a tack, I tell ya. I wonder what animal the disgusting dissemblers of disinfo who sold this lie most closely resemble. Quick, someone get Thomas Friedman on the line. Well, since there is, alas, only one dino to hand out, let's throw it at Morning Joe. Hey, at least if he's busy gaslighting the public with self-evident falsehoods, he doesn't have time to be killing his interns, am I right? All right, folks. It's that special time you've been waiting for. The most important moment of them all. The climax of this whole event. Another word from our corporate sponsors. Hello, I am Klaus Schwab. You might remember me from such infomercials as Cooking with Klaus. That is all. As you know by now, I have stepped down as the director of the World Economic Forum in Davos. But now my bank account is in crisis. I need the euros. Thankfully, I have found something that will make me rich and that will satisfy the red-blooded Davos men in the crowd. Now what? We cut and we rearrange the furniture and everyone likes calendar, right? And men, you like the beauties, right? Well, here is Beauty's calendar. For the low price of 19,995 euros, you can have this lovely calendar filled with the beautiful ladies of the Davos crowd. You turn the page and your eyes, they feast on that. You turn page again and incredible. Men, you know these women are powerful. You know they hold high status at the World Economic Forum. But did you ever dream of having them on your desk, staring at you every day? Now, that dream is reality. Page after page of the most beautiful women you have ever seen. Some women are alive, some are dead, all are handsome. But women, I know what you're thinking. What about me? I don't like the beauties. I like the beefcake. Here is Beefcake Calendar. It contains the movers. It contains the shakers. It contains the heartbreakers. Ladies, if this doesn't humidify your undergarments, look again. And for the rainbow people, you buy both. Only 39,999 euro. How can you say no? I mean, look at the... Hey, who put this in here? This is my private photo. No, really, when I find out who did this... Now you buy the calendar and you have Fifth Industrial Revolution in your pants. That is all. Ooh, Christian, baby, what you doing to me? Oh, Your Majesty, don't worry, I'm already standing at it. And we're back! All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've suffered long enough. And now it's time for the moment you've really been waiting for. That moment where we bestow the dino of dinos on the smelliest fart to drift across the fake news wires over the course of the previous 365 days. That moment where we hand the fake news story of the year to the biggest liar of 2024. And this year... It's... in... the... envelope. You... moron! I swear, every year, who keeps doing this? When I find out who does this in increasingly elaborate and stupid ways, come to think of it, why did I persist after envelope? Anyway, oh yes. And this year, the unprize goes to... CNN's Jomana Karadsha for CNN exclusive. Syrian rebel leader says goal is to overthrow Assad regime, which, in addition to sporting the most obvious inane title of all time, features a pandering softball interview attempting to excuse, justify, overlook, or ignore the reprehensible war crimes of the so-called moderate Syrian rebels and their de facto leader, the globally designated terrorist known as Abu Mohammed al-Jawlani, aka Ahmed al-Sharaa.
Taking Hama, after taking Aleppo, I mean, how significant is this for you right now? Listening to you speaking, you've gone through quite the transformation. Once an Al-Qaeda leader, your group has had affiliations with Al-Qaeda, with ISIS, and now you are projecting this image of a moderate leader and a moderate group. What is HTS right now?
A person in their 20s will have a different personality than someone in their 30s or 40s, and certainly someone in their 50s.
So are those days behind you?
A fascinating interview there. I want to thank Jomana Karadsha and her crew for that exclusive.
Oh yes, a fascinating interview. Quick, Jomana, here's a despicable admitted murderer who, for whatever it's worth, is still a wanted terrorist with a $10 million bounty on his head. But the new State Department script calls for us to ignore all that and celebrate the overthrow of the Syrian government. Now go! So how does all this make you feel, Mr. Jawlani? Sharaa. Whatever. Yeah, top-rate journalism there. Now, to be fair, it wouldn't be right to pin this moderate rebel softballism on Karadsha and her CNN accomplices alone. There have been any number of fake news pieces by establishment toadies attempting the same whitewash of terrorist atrocities throughout the dinosaur media. There was How Syria's Diversity-Friendly Jihadists Plan on Building a State by Aaron Y. Zelen of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, an Israeli front that Mearsheimer and Walt described as part of the core of the Israeli lobby in the US in their groundbreaking 2007 book on the subject. There was the BBC lecturing us on From Syrian Jihadist Leader to Rebel Politician, how Abu Mohammed al-Jawlani reinvented himself like he was Madonna emerging from another one of her plastic surgery interventions and embarking on a new world tour. There was the Washington Post describing al-Jawlani as a pragmatic and charismatic leader in Who is Abu Mohammed al-Jawlani, the Islamist rebel leading the Syrian advance? Oh yes, Bezos lackeys, spill the tea. And who can forget the PBS Frontline interview that marked the beginning of Jawlani's reputation-laundering fake news media blitz back in 2021?
Jawlani's stated plan was to topple Assad, seize Damascus, and set up an Islamic State in Syria under Sharia law. The U.S. State Department put Jawlani on its terrorist watch list, but he insists he used the funds he got from Baghdadi to strike military targets, not civilians.
نحن هل استخدمنا هذا المال في أذية الناس؟ لا. استخدمنا هذا المال في مواجهة نظام ظالم وطاغية يقتل الناس ونحن ندافع عن هؤلاء الناس.
But why stop there? We could go even further back. Remember in 2014 when the same crack squad of PBS prostitutes went undercover in Syria to report on the covert US program to arm, fund, equip, and train the moderate Syrian rebels that, whoops, gave birth to ISIS?
This is a locally made mortar. It's a 120 caliber round. We captured a destroyed tank from the army, so guys from our weapon making team removed it from the tank. We used this piece, cut it and put it on a reamer and turned it into this. And this is how we make missiles.
But in recent weeks, they say they have been receiving more sophisticated weapons. It appears the Obama administration is now allowing select groups of rebels like them to receive US-made anti-tank missiles, known as TOWs. Many of the fighters have filmed themselves firing the missiles. In addition to receiving weapons, the commander says he and his men were taken on a long journey to a secret training camp.
You mentioned about al-Qaeda during your speech, going after al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, certainly going after them in Yemen as well. And yet there's some concern about the U.S. funding the Syrian opposition when there are a lot of reports that al-Qaeda is kind of heading up that opposition. How do you justify the two?
Well, I share that concern, and so what we've done is to say we will provide non-lethal assistance to Syrian opposition leadership that are committed to a political transition, committed to an observance of human rights.
Syria, we backed, I believe, in some cases, some of the wrong people, and not in the right part of the Free Syrian Army. And that's a little confusing to people. So I've always maintained, and go back quite some time, that we were backing the wrong types. I think it's going to turn out maybe this weekend in a new special that Brett Baer is going to have Friday that's going to show some of those weapons from Benghazi ended up in the hands of ISIS. So we helped build ISIS. Now there's a danger there, and I'm with you.
No, let's not ask about how the obliteration of Syria started in the first place. Let's not talk about the billions of dollars of CIA funding, not to mention the Saudi and Qatari funding, the Turkish backing, and the Israeli support that made this coup possible. Let's not discuss the atrocities committed by the terrorists. Let's not acknowledge the Syrians trapped in terrorist-held territory and used as human shields. Let's not question the ways children were used as political props over and over again throughout the assault on the country. Let's not examine the evidence that these very same moderate rebels actually beheaded children and ate the hearts of Syrian soldiers on camera as part of their demonic campaign of terror. Let's not tell the public about how false flag event after false flag event was falsely blamed on the Syrian government in order to turn world opinion against Syria. And let's not talk to those valiant journalists and scientists and investigators who stood up to blow the whistle on these false flags. Let's not expose the cheesy, fake Hollywood theatrics of the White Helmets and their founder, a former British military intelligence officer under contract to the US and UK governments. Let's not trace the thread of violence in the country backwards, from the mysterious provocateurs who turned the peaceful protests in Syria in 2011 into active gunfights with police and military, to the leaked 2006 cable showing that the overthrow of the Syrian government was a top US government priority for years before the so-called civil war ever started, to the 2001 Pentagon plan to topple 7 countries in 5 years, Syria included naturally, to the 1995 neocon-penned Clean Break document, suggesting that Israel, or its allies, would have to destabilize the Syrian government in order to secure the realm for incoming Israeli PM Netanyahu. Nah, let's not acknowledge any of that documentable history. Let's not ask a real question of this man who, by his own admission, was an agent of Al-Qaeda and ISIS before dressing in a suit and calling himself a diversity-loving, moderate political leader. No. Let's ask him how he feels about the destruction of Syria. Yeah, heck of a job, Yamana. Maybe you can talk about what it's like to order a suicide bombing in a crowded market the next time you're chit-chatting with this serial murderer over tea and crumpets while you're at it. And so, the decades-long plan for the decimation of Syria has finally come to fruition. And just like the obliteration of Libya before it, it ends with the regime change that the Western Empire wanted finally coming about as planned. The only difference this time is that Assad fled to Moscow before he could be sodomized with a knife in a gutter somewhere. Sorry, Hillary. No chance to showcase your psychopathic bloodlust this time.
The land of unconfirmed reports.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
Did it have anything to do with your visit?
No, I'm sure it did.
And the worst part is that, as always, it's the Syrian people who have to pay the price for the grand game of the geopolitical chess players. It's Syrians who have had their country ripped apart by a decade and a half of brutal violence. It's Syrians who have to live with the terrorists who have taken over. And it's Syrians who will be left to deal with the mess once the imperial bird of prey has moved on to its next victim. Won't someone think of the poor Libyans? The interventionists cried 15 years ago as an excuse to go in and bomb that country to smithereens. And once their mission was accomplished, they just up and moved shop to Syria. And now? The Libyans? Open-air slave markets? Total chaos? A failed state? Pfft, who cares? That was so 2010. Now it's Syria's turn. Will Syria descend into never-ending sectarian violence? Splinter into a dozen pieces? Will open-air slave markets pop up? Will Syria become the new home base for ISIS, giving the real terrorists in Washington and London and Tel Aviv another chance to extend their never-ending war of terror? Who cares? It's on to the next square of the chessboard now. Well, this dino is here as the silliest token of our resistance. We do not believe your lies. We do not submit to your big brother inversion of the truth. We do not give our attention to Yomana or the CNN, BBC known liars who have done nothing but lie in service of their masters for as long as we can remember. Take your prize, you losers. It's all you're going to get from us. And that's the Fake News Awards, everybody. Have a great year. And remember, if a dinosaur media journalist's lips are moving, that means they're lying. See you next year. Now, where was I? Oh, right. Oh, Hillary. Wow. Oh, Jacinda. How could I forget about you?
Or declare your independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid! Yeah!
Unfeared! No fear here on Declare Your Independence with me, Ernest Hancock. And every other week we talk to Mr. James Corbett of the Corbett Report. Say hello, James.
Hello, James. Oh,
Hello,
hey.
James.
That was the old George Burns joke, right?
I'm old enough
Say
to
hello,
remember.
Gracie.
See, this is the point.
Say
This
good
is the
night,
point.
Gracie.
Good night, Gracie. This is the point. We are from a different generation or understanding to get a lot of references like that. And a lot of things that made them funny was just traditional things and values and stereotypes and all that kind of. Now, people be what, which was kind of the point. They wanted to, change culture and norms and build a better whatever the heck it is that they wanted to do using USAID money. So, the thing is that what we're looking at, here, let me put it on both of us here. What we're looking at is trying to avoid this crap because it cycles. I'm old enough to have seen this happen, before. It goes in cycles. And we're following a trend that we're at a fork in the road, to where we can have a future of abundance and peace and prosperity and levels of standard of living that is quite unimaginable to most people, certainly around the world. Only through sci-fi did you have an understanding that this was even possible, what we have now. We used to think all we need is Star Trek, talking computers and androids and robots and communicators and, trackers and, blah, 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 blah. And then there's left warp drive replicators, holodeck. We probably got 2 out of 3, and now you know which ones they are. So this is the thing that the future is going to be determined by the character of the people that occupy it, that direct it, that have intention, that have will, that have capability, which with a bunch of humans on the planet, there's a bunch of them, okay? You're starting to witness it. And out of the chaos always comes a populist kind of answer, a barefoot, long-haired robe guy or something that's going to lead you into something. So who better to have this conversation with than Mr. James Corbett, the author and the director, writer, performer of Hopium. Because this really smells a lot like Hopium, or is it Hope? And what was it that brought it around? There was just enough people. There was just enough something that triggered it. It's what we predict with the Freedom's Phoenix, the Freedom's rebirth from the ashes of Lady Liberty's torch. So I'm going, this is important that we're going to do a longer show. Now, James gave us 2 hours, and we're going to go ahead and go at least hour and a half, whatever. We'll wrap it up whenever. We don't have to go 2 hours. We get to say what we're going to say. I suspect he's going to beg off at some point after 2.5 hours. But anyway, but the thing is that this is so important that I took to research. You look online a little bit, cultures, this, that, spare the rod, spoil the child, that kind of thing. But the moment I mentioned when we were going to do we did the predictions for 25, one of them I said, this issue is going to become a thing. Corporal punishment. Are you allowed to, how can you or can you not discipline your child? No, you can't cut your balls off. Throw him in jail. He won't let me cut my, manhood. I was like, wow, we've gone totally bat crap here. At what point does a parent control the body of the kid, and to what detriment? This is how psychopaths and stuff are made, So there's a lot of issues. I knew no better than James Corbett to have us talk about this issue. Now, we may wander off and how it relates to the crap we're putting up with now and what maybe not, but then in the future, we didn't get off that government tit, I can tell you that. So, we'll see what happens and what we learn. So, James, with that kind of background building up to this, it's all you, man. What'd you find out? Learnify me.
Well, actually, before we start learnifying, I think it's important to put down the point of agreement that I think, from what it sounds like, I think we're totally in agreement that absolutely whatever happens long term to the human race, it really does depend on how we raise the next generation. It always has, and it always will. And that is why dictators throughout history have always known that you separate the children from the parents, or you get children to snitch on their parents, or you make sure that you control the indoctrination of the children, or you start Hitler youth groups, or those types of things in order to indoctrinate the children. We've known this for many, many centuries, that this is the way that people try to gain power in a society, is through the next generation. So what is our role as people who want free society? Clearly, we should be directing at least some non-inconsiderable part of our efforts towards Generation Next. And that's exactly why thank you again for the idea of open source education.online. I hope people will take a look at it. It's not really a thoroughgoing homeschooling curriculum. I should probably do that at some point, but at the very least, it's a way to start putting the information I'm presenting in a way that I think would be able to inform a study that children are undergoing. And as you have pointed out, reaching children at that middle school, junior high school level is incredibly important, because that is, of course, when the youngins start differentiating, start casting about, start looking at other models other than their parents, and start casting about in the wider world to find their place in it. So that is when we really need to be reaching them with a message to show that, hey, there's other things going on in this world than what your teachers are telling you, and we need to be there for those children. But also, perhaps even primarily, the first thing is our own children, because you're a parent, you're a grandparent now, I'm a parent. What we do to raise the next generation is going to determine the ways that they encounter the world, the ways that they move in the world. So it cannot be more important than that. And I think you and I are broadly in agreement on all of that stuff. Whatever happens, right? This is a generational thing, and we're not going to get to a truly free society overnight. It's going to take raising generations of freedom-loving children and that understand love and cooperation, right?
I'm of the opinion that kids surprise you. People surprise you. It's always, when you have these great reformations, you have these great changes in the fourth turnings, all this kind of stuff. It comes from need. There's a certain basic sense of justice that humanity has in living in a society that works. That's more than just a tribe or a gang. That's more than just thugs. The ranch hands out of control on the hill and the other, 1,000 acres past the blah, blah, blah down the river. The tribe that, comes and counts coup and every now and then takes one of your women. I mean, at some point, there is I don't know if it's a societal thing. It's driven by testosterone. It's a man's place. It's how he gets little birdies, wants to come visit with him and stay in his nest and bear him children, because he'll protect them, not get them in unnecessary conflicts, but can defend against the bad guy. And then get with their neighbors, and they come and they raise a society based on mutual interest. When we start getting less decentralized and you get more centralized, you kind of, fluff off that responsibility on the school marm and the sheriff and somebody else and the whatever. And the culture, and there's an attraction for the sociopaths. There's an attraction for, it's not like it makes them, it's like a freaking light, attracting the moths. So, and then of course I'm sure it makes them too, but this is, I don't know that there's a government that can be my mom and dad. Sure as hell. That's going to make a law that's going to decide how and who and where. I got a gazillion stories, but I'm going to raise my children. Will that mean I do it the best way? Will I do it a harmful way? Will I do it, the dumbed down common denominator kind of freaking government way? I mean, it's who's in charge, and are the parents. So if we assume the parent less than the government, we need to provide knowledge and skill on how to raise self-sufficient, qualified, eager, motivated, pro-life and living, you know, that that will provide the society you want to die in or die for. You know, so I don't know. I got a lot of anecdotal, you know, evidence and hearsay and whatever you want to call it. But from family and friends and guests I've had, I brought this up ever since we talked the last 2 weeks. Anybody I had a conversation with, I brought this up. Corporal punishment. What was your experience? What do you think? It was so nuanced and so individualistic, not just by family to family, by child to child in the families. It was amazing, the stories that I got, and it was always the perception that they had of what was being communicated, or if they deserved it or not, or how it changed. Goes, yes, it changed my perspective. That was the intent. It's very effective. It's why governments do it. It's pain and pleasure. It's punishment and reward. It's incentives and subsidies. It's all this stuff. How best to do it with children. And I'm counting on James to help us out, because you're talking to the wrong guy. Because I don't even have an opinion yet. Well, maybe a little bit.
You know, it's interesting, actually, because, you know, first thing that you are going to find in your Google search when you go to Google to get your answers about corporal punishment, of course, they're going to direct you to the bastion of truthiness, Wikipedia. And I found it interesting that the Wikipedia entry starts with the sort of standard definition. A corporal punishment or a physical punishment is a punishment which is intended to cause physical pain to a person. When it is inflicted on minors, especially in home and school settings, its methods may include spanking or paddling. When it is inflicted on adults, it may be inflicted on prisoners and slaves, and it can involve methods such as whipping with a belt or horsewhip. So, I mean, there is a continuum that seems to exist between the concept of ownership of people in one way or another. And I think this is probably where we start to get into things. Now, okay, I mean, we can start citing studies and what have you with regards to the outcomes, the measured outcomes of children in various situations. But you know how that goes.
Yeah, I know.
You can find it says this, and this study says that, and how did they do this, and blah, blah, blah. I would say there is at the very least, there is a body of literature showing that there is definitely a link between psychiatric disorders of various sorts and mental health outcomes and childhood corporal punishment. So an example, Canadian Medical Association Journal, slapping and spanking in childhood and its association with lifetime prevalence of psychiatric disorders in a general. Blah, blah, blah. But as I say, I don't think the studies are going to convince anyone of anything in this point, because as you say, everyone has their anecdotes with regards to this. But that's why anecdotes are also not going to convince anyone, because I've heard, you know, from many, many people throughout my life, well, I was spanked and I turned out okay. Well, okay, good to hear that. I wasn't spanked and I turned out okay. Stalemate. Who's going to win this argument, right? It's almost like people are individual human beings, and perhaps different people will respond to different stimulus in different ways. But even disregarding that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Finish your thought. I wanted to ask you a question.
No. Go ahead. Interject whenever.
What do you think? Oh, you don't want that. Yeah, I go. When did you realize that you were better off having not been corporal punishment, and there was something else that or were you just a good kid? And if you were a good kid, why were you a good kid? You see my point?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We got to make a bunch of James Corbett's.
Well, you know, how can I possibly answer these questions? Because what would I have been like if I had been spanked? I don't know. I don't know. And why, you know, why was it not seen as something that needed to be done to me? Yeah. I mean, as far as kids go, I'm sure I was not the worst kid that ever existed, and I didn't throw tantrums all the time and what have you. So there is an element of this that people are going to say, yeah, well, that kid is just a temperamentally good kid for the most part, you know, doesn't need to be spanked. But this kid is a troublemaker and needs to be spanked.
Were you an only child?
No, I had two brothers. And No, I had two brothers, and my brothers were spanked as children. By the time they got around to me, well, the way my parents tell it, the way that by the time they got around to me, they kind of knew how to parent. They knew more about parenting and
So
what they were doing. Also, yes, I'm the youngest. Yes, so also my parents had become Christian by that point, and that had profoundly affected their lives and their outlook and the way they treated other people. So I think by the time they got to me, but yeah, I remember my mom used to tell a story about a time when I guess my two older brothers, I don't think I even was born yet, or maybe I was just a baby, but my two older brothers, they'd been preparing to go out somewhere, wherever, I don't know, church or somewhere, and they were all dressed up nicely, right? My brothers went outside to play, and they went and played in the garden and were digging it up and getting all muddy and dirty. And when my mom saw this, she got so angry, and she spanked my oldest brother with a wooden spoon or whatever, until it literally broke. And my mom told this story to me as I was a child, like with tears, like, oh my God, it was, that's when I realized, what am I doing? This is horrible.
James, don't release the beast.
It never happened to me, put it that way. Yeah, well, this is the point. So of course people will say, well, yeah, that's not the way you're supposed to do it. It's supposed to be not in anger. You know, you explain calmly what's happening and why it's happening, and it's a different thing when you do it, you know, when it's not in an angry state. But all of this, I mean, again, everyone has their stories and their anecdotes, but I think this has to come down to, at some point, this has to come down to principles. And
okay,
one
now
of the
before you get to
that
before you get to principle, I know we got a delay. I apologize. Before you get to the principle, because that's what I want to build up to. I want to hold that off with this one premise. Okay.
Sure.
When you said that, you know, you're told this story. I mean, this story of, oh man, until the spoon broke. You know. Mm-hmm. If you're 15, you're like, yeah, you know, whatever. You know, if you're like anywhere up to 11, 12, 10, you're like, damn, you know, I mean, that has an impact on you. And it reminded me of one of the young men I was talking to that's a father, you know, and I know their family and parents, all that kind of stuff. He talked about it's time to do the laundry. And what that meant is his dad would take him into the laundry room, he'd take off his belt, and he had all these things around the wall, chainsaws and whatever the hell were hanging, and he'd get in there and he'd, you know, kind of give him a talking to, and he'd just start beating everything on the walls. It was like there was a freaking, what the hell, there's a saloon fight going on, right? So he goes, now you understand what's going on, you know, what you did's wrong, all that kind of stuff, right? Now, there, the word said what happened in here. You understand me? Boom. And he'd go. Didn't talk, you know, siblings knew not to ask, and nobody told. It was just kind of, so he never actually struck him. But my thing was the impact it had on the other kids. The impact it had on him, the relationship, whatever. Is it the intimidation, you know, followed up by, I'll, you know, whip your butt or have in the past or whatever. But just the story can have an impact. It's always the principle with the holes in the paddle crap. You see my point? So that's a form of discipline. We're kind of skipping over that. So the force and threat of force. So the principle would be.
No, that's a good point. I think, to me, rather than a complete difference in kind, I think that that's a spectrum. It's a continuum. And I think that they are part and parcel of the same thing. I think the threat of violence, a serious and credible threat of violence, can be as emotionally impactful and can have the same type of emotional impact as actual physical use of violence. So yes. And from that perspective, I would say that then that isn't really a different thing. If you're going to reject the use of violence against children, I think that would include threats of violence, coercion, intimidation in that sense as well.
You know, the one thing that, you know, when I did some research and I just wanted to know what word corporal punishment and the first thing, they don't even get down to sending you to Wikipedia until the AI tells you to all the other crap of something. But it was almost all in support of the collective. It was all military corporal punishment. You know,
yeah.
corporal punishment in the courts, getting caned in Singapore. You know, I guess head lopped off is kind of the ultimate corporal punishment. But you know, this was kind of the theme that they had, that it was making you a good drone, a good part of the collective, a good, you know, in society by this here stick. And for that to be transcend, I don't want anyone forbidding a parent's right to discipline their children. To see, how do you say physical or emotional harm? I mean, you know, that's so gradient from their perspective. So, but I don't want to give it to the freaking government, you know? And it has to be a society. It has to be knowledge. It has to be, you determine that that's their interest to raise good little whatever the hell, because it's their culture or their family or their... And that's one thing that I found in talking to a lot of people. When I found out that, you know, in almost all the cases, the level of corporal punishment or lack thereof or whatever the heck they did was so different between siblings. And it's like what you said. The younger ones got the message way before the first one did. And that set the culture. And I'm just trying to equate that to what happens in this country as time goes on. What we're doing. Jay Noon just called. You know, he's going to Acapulco, speaking about a lot of this stuff: screen time, kids, dopamine, all this kind of stuff. Man camp and everything with Joel Salatin down there. And we're going to be doing shows from the speakers and so on. He'll be coming and staying here. You know, at the end of February or March. And, yeah, end of February, because we got a party thing 1st of March. And he is doing videos, he always has, of his kids. Now, his kids are like 2.5 and 4 or something like that. You know, Cassatius, Lukash, and Cypress, his daughter. And they're always got a drill or a, you know, grinder or a, you know, something in hand helping dad do whatever the whole time. And they homeschool. But these guys are way before school. This is what he's speaking on in Acapulco. And I can see it starting to saturate my life now that we have some hopium in us, that we can build a better society. You got to have the people to do it. Just saying, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So how do you raise a status versus how do you raise a free human being, I guess, is an incredibly important part of this question, isn't it?
Yep.
All right. Why is his name escaping me? Who is the guy who took over the Anarchast podcast from Berwick?
Smith.
Yes. Patrick Smith? Is that right?
Yeah, Patrick Smith, I think. Yeah.
Well, that guy.
Right.
Sorry. Brain fart moment.
I'm not
anyway,
sure if he does it anymore.
I know that.
I don't know, but not if it's recent. But yeah, I know who you're talking
told
about.
Before about yeah, you know who I'm talking about. I know he has told before about his parenting techniques and his parenting methods, and truly zero force parenting, truly zero force, and the way that he has structured his entire parenting interaction with his children in order to bring that about, so that everything is negotiation, and that he absolutely makes it as clear as possible to his children as it can be made. Your body is yours. No one does anything to you. You never allow anyone to do anything to you that you do not want, that you do not consent, and that everything is a negotiation. And that is, I mean, that's the radical extension of the farthest, you know, part of this that I don't know how many parents are really ready to go that far. I think I need to talk to Patrick Smith.
Well, how else do you do it? How do you do it?
More about that, because that is a very interesting idea. But that is the far end, right? And then the far other end is I'll beat my children if they talk out of line. And most people exist somewhere in between that, right?
Do you really think negotiating with
a
child is that far out? See, I would think, because that is all I do with a few of my grandkids. I mean, I got a bunch of grandkids. I'm telling you, some of them are a little smart. They know exactly what's going on. It's always the younger ones, they get it, But so by the time
that's another important point, actually. I need to say this. You are so right about children are way smarter than we give them credit for. We tend to put them in their little pigeonhole, their little boxes. Oh, it's a child. What is it? What do they know? No, they know, and they absolutely are learning from you, the way they see you interacting in the world, the things that you do. They are learning from everything you do. And that was really, really nailed home to me when my son was, I think, 2, maybe 3 years old. I remember we were driving, me and my wife, and he was in the back seat. We were driving somewhere at some point, and I took some route that my wife is like, no, go that way. This way is going to take so much longer. And so so we were arguing back and forth about which route to take.
See, you say all these stories, and I got to translate.
We speak a weird Japanese/English mix, so it's probably something like that. But anyway, so we were arguing back and forth about it, and then from the back seat, my boy was the voice of reason. I swear to God, I think he was 2 years old, might have been 3. Anyway, he was like, well, this time you can go this way, and next time you can go the other way, and then we can see which one is better, or something like that. And it was the way he explained it, and there was no problem, there's no conflict, there's no reason to get angry. He saw exactly right through what was going on, and just had. And I was so humbled by my 2-year-old boy being the voice of reason in that conversation. Anyway, children know, and they are watching, they are learning, and they see, and they absolutely see. And honestly, I had one of the greatest moments in my parenting career so far recently with my boy, who is now 10 years old.
Do tell.
11 years old. 11 years old. I remember, don't worry. And he said to me recently, we were talking, and he said something like, oh, when I grow up, I don't think I even want to drink beer. I want to be like you, Papa, because I don't drink. And it's not even that in particular. It's just that I know he is looking to me as a model for how to live in this world. And I'm no saint. I'm no perfect guy, but
he'll tell you about it when he's 13. Just wait for that.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I know. No, and that is a normal part of human development, and different cultures have had different ways of doing that in the past. Various cultures have always had that initiation ritual of some sort, crossing the threshold.
That was
from
one thing that I
adulthood.
didn't find. When I looked up, I go rites of passage. You gotta, freaking, chew the heart out of a live wolf or some crap.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
So I'm just,
yeah.
This is it was so common in our history to delineate between boyhood and manhood. And it was, in books and novels and, are you worldly yet? Are you starting to show pubic hair and so on? Then you're worldly. You can't be changed, because that's one thing I tell new parents, okay, just get used to this idea. Whatever you raise up until the time the hormones start, that's what you get, okay? That's their default position. It takes way more effort and trauma and whatever to change their default position, the kind of way they act. So what you raise a good kid up to that point, that's when it matters.
I agreed. And I think that goes back to your letter of marque about training the AI intelligence, right? What
ethics matter,
what we are feeding into the AI models is what is going to come back in some form. So if we are teaching them about genocide and empire and conquest and colonialism and all this horrible stuff, that's what's going to happen when the AI takes over, right? But if we're teaching them about cooperation and love and how we can work together on various things, then hopefully that's what we get back, right? At any rate, I don't know if that's going to be true with the AI godhead, but I think it is true with children. And I think that's an incredibly important part of all of this.
It goes...
But okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I forgot already. I did make some notes here. I want to do. When you were talking, there was something that reminded me about men. Anyway, I wrote down the Bud Light commercial. Have you seen the new Bud Light commercial? The new Bud Light commercial.
Oh no, I heard about it. Yeah.
It's all white men, and couples. It's like old days where the racial mixture is based on the demographics of the united population of whatever the hell, right? And I'm just like, oh my God, that's going to take.
And it's Shane Gillis, right? Shane Gillis is in that, and
yeah, I think
he was the guy. I remember he was on Saturday Night Live for like 1 week or something, or he was going to be on Saturday Night Live, but then they canceled it because I can't remember. He said something
so
that
this
was,
commercial has
my
deeper
God,
meaning.
it was like a racial joke or something. Yeah, I think so. I think it's like, uncanceled is the theme for the coming years.
Man,
maybe.
Did we predict that was going to turn on a dime someday? I mean, this too shall pass. All right. I'm going somewhere with this. The Trump administration spokesperson, press secretary, whatever her name is, Barbie doll, competent, kicks butt, does whatever. Wow, that was okay. She runs a tight ship, gets stuff done. We're enthusiastic and all that. She wears a cross, and we have somebody up there for young women to model themselves after. That's in the know that where supposedly and then Pam Bondi, all this kind of stuff. So, but they're all white blonde women, and I'm going. Generation Next should look up to what kind of person. Then you get government representative people enacting policies of force, but doing it with style. And I'm going, there is a something more fundamental than mirroring your child or someone else after a sports hero or a political hero or celebrity hero or a pop hero or something like that. It used to be comic books, Truth, Justice, and A Better Tomorrow. Now they change it, So this is all this culture stuff that feeds into the minds of people. Are we to be ever vigilant in trying to have the kids understand people with political power must be watched? Anyone with influence must be watched more carefully. And how do you do that at a young age with what you do and the children you have?
Yeah. Sorry, we're getting a bit of stutter and feedback here. But okay. No, it's an incredibly important point. And look, in all of this conversation, I hope no one thinks I'm putting myself on a pedestal. I don't think... let's put it this way. When my children are grown up and successful adult human beings, then I can start to say, I did a great job. But until then, it's pretty easy before they're teenagers, right? Anyway, but having said that, this is an incredibly important question about the cultural understandings, the things that they are learning, how to protect them from the indoctrination, right? And my principled viewpoint on all of that has always been, I am not here to teach my children what to think. I am here to teach them how to think, because that's the only thing that's going to get them through not just the world as it exists today, but the world as it exists 20 years from now, 30, 50 years from now, a world I can't even possibly envision and probably won't be around to see. I have to somehow prepare them for all of that. That's not going to happen if I teach them this is the way it works. This is the reality, and you have to believe this. It can only work if I teach them how to examine and critically think about various subjects. And how do you start doing that in an appropriate, age-appropriate way is a big question. And I am still not at the point of teaching them, you shouldn't like the police and,
right.
Screw the cops, stupid piggies, and all that kind of stuff. I'm not teaching my children that mindset yet, but I am hopefully, I think I'm trying to introduce them to the idea that no matter what uniform they're wearing or what hat or what badge or what it says, that doesn't mean they're right. It doesn't mean they're good people.
Shiny badges don't grant special rights.
Exactly. That's what that's the concept I'm trying to bring.
And there are
interesting ways.
I'm sorry. I got to tell you this one story. Mark Victor is a criminal defense attorney. Good friend. We partnered in Freedom Summits over a decade and stuff. And he had small children when they were really small. Next door to them lived a policeman. Okay. Well, they had him babysitting them one day. He said, "Yeah, I'll babysit the kids. Whatever. I'm a policeman. You can trust me." But anyway, so they're friends. So he goes over babysitting the kids, and they're reading a little book. And it says hi to the fireman. Oh, wave to the fireman. Oh, say hi to the policeman. They go, "We don't talk to police." And I go, "Okay." So how'd that go? He goes, "Well, I'm a policeman, so they're just like, didn't know what to do. Dad said don't talk to policemen." So it was, and that has an impact. And I remember one time my grandmother, she was all mad at, because the police stopped her because she had too heavy a tent in her windows. I mean, I guess they had tinted windows back in the 60s, early 70s. And it was a thing.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, the policeman did something bad. Yeah, what do they care? I go, so because they can't see in? She goes, no, it's because they say because you can't see out. So these little bitty things, little factoids, resonate with a young person, their perception later on. But is that taught? Is that part of the culture? It's like, Mark, we don't talk to policemen. She tell them what the police did something bad to my grandma. I mean, it's kind of, so you can't. There's so many butterfly wings going off in a person's life, along with their personality and what disciplines them. And what I'm thinking, especially after talking to you, is that, the younger kids that get it, like my little sister getting near what I got. I mean, so I'm just thinking, is an age thing in the sibling line? Does that have a big impact? Is there a study for that?
Yeah, there is definitely, I think, an aspect of that. And it makes sense to me, as my parents said, by the time we got around to you, we knew what we were doing. And I think there is some aspect of that probably, I would like to think, at least most average parents who are at least trying their best, right? Not going to be perfect, but they're trying their best. They'll probably get better at it the more experience they have doing it. So I could imagine younger siblings would tend to be easier in a sense. Yeah, Having said that, okay. Yes, one important thing of what you brought out there is that more so, I think, than you sitting down and lecturing children about, okay, so this is what you should think about police, or this is what you should do in this situation. No, more so than that, they are watching what you actually do, the way you react to various things that are going on. Children, I think, have two main influences. One is that outside culture of parents, teachers, TV, politicians, sports heroes, all of that outside stuff that's coming in that you can't protect your children from unless you put them in a little bubble. And who's going to do that? That's a form of abuse in itself, I think. But they have those two influences. There's that outside influence, and then there's your influence. And your influence is more so, again, than what you're telling them. It's the way that you are interacting with that outside influence. And they are watching for how you react. When you get pulled over by the policeman, how do you react to that? Or whatever, a million different situations. And keeping that in mind, I think, honestly, the most important part of parenting is being the model. Now, okay, let's start to get to the real core hard issues on this, because it is not, nuanced is probably the right word, because I don't think there is some magical perfect solution to any of this, but it comes down to principles. And what is the core libertarian principle from which everything else comes as a natural expression? Go back to that video I always talk about, whose name I can never remember. What was it called? The cartoon Foundation of Liberty, whatever,
Oh, Philosophy of Liberty.
Philosophy of Liberty. There you go. Comes down to the core fundamental idea: you own yourself. You own your body, you own your life, you own your time, self-ownership. That is the foundational principle. Everything else flows out as a result of that. So that means, governments can't come in and tax me or throw me in prison and blah, blah, blah. All of that comes from self-ownership. I own myself. So here's the real rub. Does that self-ownership start from day one? Is an absolute brand new born baby, does that baby have self-ownership? And if so, what does that mean for a baby that can't do anything for itself? Like, what does that even mean? Does it develop? Is that something that they grow into? Is there a magical dividing line? 18 years old, suddenly you own yourself. Before that point, your parents own you. I think ownership
my parents
is
go whacking my
clearly
circumcising me. I'm claiming ownership. I'm going. You go whacking me.
Right.
Not me now. You had your chance.
Yeah, but this is really the thing, right? So ownership is clearly. I understand why non-libertarians have the problem when you bring up the concept of self-ownership, because you can't own a human being. Even yourself? I understand why people have a problem with that concept, because at the point, for example, of children, do they own themselves? What does it mean to own your body? And does that mean, for example, I'm a parent sitting there watching my child running out into traffic about to get run over, but I don't own his body, so I can't stop him from getting run over? No, of course, right? Everyone understands at some point, in some way, parents have custodial ownership over their children's bodies until they can function on their own. What does that mean? What are the limits of that? How do we decide that? There are clearly cultural limits that we place along those things, as well as what is the foundational principle limits that we can place on that? How do those things interact? And that's where you start to get into the really Exactly, right, yeah. No, the community owns your children. So here's the thing. I guess the question is, what is the question? The question has to do with how we as a community, I guess, decide when, how, where, who has the right to step in between the parent and the child when abuse is taking place. Because that clearly, everyone knows there is child abuse. Whatever you think of spanking or whatever, there is genuine, real, honest to God child abuse. And I don't know any normal non-psychopathic. I don't know any non-psychopathic person who doesn't want to intervene in that in some way, right? I mean, if a child is being abused, if you see a child being abused on the street, you're going to go and do something.
For government, the government doesn't care.
Exactly. Right. So here's the thing. Because just as natural human beings, don't think about the state yet, just as natural human beings, we know there is child abuse, and we, as normal, functioning non-psychopaths, want to intervene in that. That impetus is, of course, used by the state. Oh, okay, yes, we all care. We all love the children. So the state has to come in and make sure that you're not abusing your children. And, what results from that? Ultimately, CPS and the government can come in and take your children.
Well, the United Kingdom was going that far.
Way.
There was something just in the last few years, you had, them coming and checking, making sure you're doing it right, whatever, in your home. And I'm going, what the crap? I mean, they try everything. 1984 is like a comic book they're trying to follow or something. So it's, but what do you think is, we're getting into the second hour, and I want to make sure we kind of focus on some guidelines, solutions, something. See, the guidelines. What I mean, the rule one, first, don't be a dick. I mean, that's kind of. But a lot of times, certainly as a young parent myself, Donna and I were married in August, and the following September we had our first child. Then we had 3 more. We're going for 4 under 4, and we had a miscarriage on the 4th child, and then we had our 5th pregnancy, 4th child, Sierra. So there was a point, here they come, man. Boom, I got me some youngins. Okay, well, I know how my mom and dad did it. We can get this done with the intent on, raising a good, human being. You know, we did fine, and we had other friends that were close that did different ways and what they were exposed to and not, and how, you know, and it was, you know, we all of us parents, we knew it was an experiment. You know, in the high schools and so on, it was a private school, so we're just like, I don't know how that, you know, some go through divorces, all these things had such an enormous impact on every individual kid in so many different ways, and the only common denominator that I saw that was the most beneficial thing was love of family, friends, community, that they were supported. Whatever happened, they felt not abandoned. They felt safe. They felt nurtured. They felt, you know, their lifeline, it was this support structure, and it was just time that was going to heal whatever. And I think that is the most successful children that I know knew they had that net. There's some sense in security or self-reliance. I don't know, what's the word? I don't know, what would you put? It's a breeding ground for human beings to flourish. What is that breeding ground?
Well, what you say there resonates so strongly with me, because for myself, where I doubted for even a fraction of a second that my parents loved me and were there to support me, I had a loving, supportive family and a supporting home. And I think that is absolutely the base bedrock ground material that is needed to build any sort of structure on top of. And it is, this is, if I don't like trying to give parenting advice to people because it just seems so pretentious. I mean, my kids are so little, right? But if I had any advice for sort of a brand new parent, I would say,
how old are your children?
You're a human. You're going to get frustrated. Sorry?
How old are your children? So people have a perspective.
My children are 11. My boy is 11. My girl is 8. So,
best
still
time.
Young.
Best
still
time.
In the cute. Yeah, exactly. I'm well aware that when they hit teenagers and the hormones start acting up, that's when real parenting kicks in, right? But no, for a brand new parent, I would say, you are human. You are going to get frustrated. You know, things are going to happen, whatever. But at the very, very least, if you absolutely, truly, really do love your children and you want what's best for them and you make that known to them, I think that is, you know, whatever. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to do bad things, whatever. But at the very, very least, that bedrock of just security, of knowing, letting your children know they are loved and you are there for them, that is the most important thing by far. And I would say differences in parenting styles and what have you can, whatever, that's the details. But the bedrock is just the love and support. And I think you're right about that. And it's not just from the parents, obviously, a community, a greater community, if such a thing can be found.
You know, when we, before we moved on the land, when we had our place, we would have family parties that easily be 40 people. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, because there's so many, and they're friends, you know, whatever, relatives, nieces, nephews, kids of theirs. It's amazing. Each parent had their own challenges of what kind of kid, the different ages of whatever. And a lot of stresses over many holidays over decades, you know, raising these kids and kind of them, whatever. It was obvious to me that each family had a different way of doing it, not necessarily supportive and endorsed by the rest of the family. But nobody said nothing, except maybe grandma. Grandma was allowed to talk to people, you know, and, you know, really, I mean, I think that's, you're traumatizing the kid, man. And it was, whatever damage was done, you could see have certain effect. And a lot of it was emotional and psychological kind of stuff, as opposed to, you know, any, you know, just calling, don't be so stupid, you know, that kind of stuff. But it would be so powerful to them for grandma to take care of business, you know, just to be supportive of them. You can talk to me. I know, you know, she was my, you know, kid, and he was, and she was, that kind of thing. And what happens, that support structure changes everything. And you can see that goes into having a competent adult that is not damaged to where they can't be a competent adult. There has to be some positive role model perspective, this too shall pass thing, which definitely happens. We're going through the teenage thing. They're doing fine. They're great. They're way better than, you can hope for, in my opinion. But, we haven't got the mass of them all teenagers yet. So that's going to be a thing. But I think that support structure and how many generations, how many people, and does it need to be family, community, ideology, church? It comes from what's the most effective thing. And if you don't have something, you don't have a nuclear family, you don't have siblings, you're a single kid to a, graveyard shift nurse, single mom, that whatever, what are you looking to get for that child to have them have a chance psychologically as a productive adult? These are why I ask so many questions of big names that I interview, and I go, I want to know everything. I want to introduce you to the audience. What was your first memory? What happened? Your mom, your dad, your aunt, your uncle, your teacher, your coach, your music instructor. Who made you even care about this issue? Why was this? What made you this person? You got talent and you do this thing and that, for freedom. And why? What's the secret sauce? So that's what I'm hoping Mr. James Corbett can help us kind of imagine the secret sauce, of which, like you're saying, the support structure. Is there anything else essential?
Well, what this is bringing to mind, actually, is, again, from my own personal anecdote experience, with my family. My brothers, both of my brothers, had all sorts of problems in their teenage years and whatever, the whole gamut, trying to run away from home and all that kind of stuff, and crazy stuff that happened. We all turned out okay, but there was some crazy times there. And I remember at some point it occurred to me that, again, what my parents were saying, we learned all the mistakes with your brothers. That's why there was less mistakes with you. It was a fight between my parents and my older brothers. Not a fight, but there was always the arguments and sort of the conflict on various issues. I remember my parents were convinced that my brothers was listening to heavy metal and this is terrible for you, so they took all his records away and all this kind of stuff, and they'd have fights over this. By the time it got to me, as they say, they'd learned their lessons. They knew not to fight. There was one point when I came home, I dyed my hair green. Back when I had hair, let alone to dye it green. And my parents, if my older brothers had done that, it would have been a huge fight. No, you're not doing this. We're gonna. But with me, it was just like they looked at it and went, "You doing this now? Really? Okay." And it just, okay, whatever. We love you. We're here for you. It's your choice.
I think it's more than that. I think
example,
they trusted your judgment.
But that's the thing. I always had the sense that they trusted my judgment. It was never a question. It was never an argument. It was never, they truly did. Okay, I might disagree, and I think you're gonna learn your lesson, but you do this thing. But I always knew they were there for me. And that combination of elements, I think, of course, you're a teenager, you're gonna do stupid things, you get it out of your system.
Ability to experiment.
You realize your parents are there for you. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's part of differentiation between yourself and your parents. It's a normal part of life. As we've said, there used to be rites of passage. Now, what are the rites of passage that children go through? Now they just do stupid things in their teenage years and hopefully live through them and learn from them. And but it was that underlying sense that I had that, my parents truly did trust me to trust you. This is up to you. This is your decision. We're going to be here to support you. We might disagree with it, but we're here to support you. And that was the safety net that I think allowed me to become who I am.
A lot of the traits that each of us share comes from these types of experiences and way of looking at yourself and so on. And one of them that I remember, I was 18. It was the end of my senior year in high school. I'm 18. I'm not coming to school today because I'm not coming to school today. But I was a good student, honor student, student council, 4-year letterman, that kind of crap. So they didn't have a hate for him, but I was kind of, bottom on the totem pole of the jock popular kids. I wasn't, like way up there. I was on the list, but way down on the list. And it was just, due to my own insecurities and loudmouth, whatever. And it was, to me, the real benefit I got from growing up was my friends. They were all really good, moral, decent people from decent families. They went to, I chose wisely. I wanted to be friends with these people. I wanted to go to the parties with these people. I wanted to date these people. And it was definitely a choice, because I didn't care what their accomplishments were, but they were accomplished people. And most of us were from the same elementary school that came up, in a newer neighborhood. And it was, so friends, I want you to spend some time on your associates and friends that had an impact on you.
It's an excellent point. And in fact, what I immediately think is, this is another thing that we should probably stress to parents, is that, what's that called? Oh my God. There's the Star Trek term for it. But sometimes you can do
Prime Directive,
everything right and still lose, right? It isn't, you are not the 100% sole complete determinant of your children's lives, right? There are going to be factors that you cannot possibly control, one of which might simply be their friends, who they come in contact with, and the people that they meet throughout their life, who will impact them and influence the way that they are in ways that you cannot control. There are certain things you cannot calculate. So if you fall in with the wrong crowd, it might be significantly harder to become a normal functioning human being. I never fell in with the wrong crowd. If we're talking rungs on the totem pole, I was certainly never the popular kid in class, but I was never the one that was like picked on. I was just kind of in between somewhere. And so I had my friends that I fell in.
I felt picked on. I was redhead, freckled, freaking man, bottom of the totem pole. Let's go get some Ernie. Plus, these being, we hate him because we hate him, whatever. But I tell you this story. I got on an airline. It was Southwest Airlines or something, going back from Arizona to Pennsylvania, where Donna was for something. And I was 23, and my dean of students was sitting right next to me. And I always had to go to the office for him, getting in the fight some. But everybody started, it's just like I was low on the web, just being really trying to make a name. So it was, and he goes, "I know it's you, Ernie." And I go, "Damn." And he goes, I never had any person get in as many fights and not get expelled or even suspended, because all those kids, they had it coming. They're all he had. And the one thing that you learn when you get in high school and the peers and the pressures that you are under is, one, how to not piss off people and how to act and not be a jerk. But the big thing is what is acceptable, what's tolerable, what's pushed, what's vogue for the time. These influences, this is what you're talking about when it's out of the parents' control. And it's created a place by this mandatory youth indoctrination camp that they got some vendor coming in to sell the whatever sugar water that they got and the crap in the cafeteria of something that makes you whatever. And then you have all of these other influences that they're not there to protect or help. So government schools, early on, our oldest was in 3rd grade, and I said, hell no. For a long story, hell no. We're getting out of this. So what do you do? Don't know? Not this, okay? So eventually he wound up in private schools, but it was at a sacrifice. And it was no sacrifice for what I knew was going to happen if I left him there. So the environment. What environment are you suggesting, or your research you're thinking, in education, daycare, who are you going to hand them off to? Uncle Sam, some other government dictator to raise for you? What education? Talk about it.
I hate the concept of daycare or nursery care, at least for brand new children. I don't know. So I have not had children in Canada, so I don't know what it's like, let alone what it's like in the past 20 years since I left Canada. But, I watch movies where, the mother has a baby and like 3 weeks later, dropping them off at daycare to go back to work. That just boggles my mind. Here in Japan, at least, my wife got a full 1 year off for each of our children. And I can't, I can't imagine a mother not being there with her child for the first year. It just, if it can be done, I think that is clearly the better way to form bonds with your children at the very least, right?
They started talking to...
Okay, schooling, education.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, education, man. That's the original question. I want you to go. You're about ready to answer and tell them.
Yes, schooling. Okay. Yeah, schooling, education. All right. Well, this is like the anecdotes that we could all tell of, well, I got spanked and I turned out okay. Well, I didn't get spanked and I turned out okay. Well, I went to public indoctrination schools and I turned out okay, right? Well, I didn't go to public indoctrination schools and I turned out okay. So, again, there's some element of the personal individual response, but clearly it is better to avoid the indoctrination system to the extent possible, or at least prolong your children's or delay your children's exposure to it. Having said that, I'm realistic about the ability for parents to really shelter their children from all these outside cultural influences. So I am not of the opinion that public education system is the some horrible thing that children will never recover from. But yeah, if you are able to homeschool, I certainly would not be against that idea. I think that's probably the better way to do it. Having said that, we don't homeschool. Our children go to private school. So there is, I
don't know. Private Japanese schools might have some canes. I mean, they're like samurai swords, Bushido whacking you upside the head.
Yeah. No, I have heard stories here from the public schools, actually, of teachers being quite violent and abusive, sometimes physically, certainly screaming and what have you. But actually, my experience, so it definitely, absolutely, like probably anywhere else in the world, it varies by region, and there are, poorer areas and richer areas, and obviously you're going to have different school experiences depending what area you live in. But my experience teaching in the public school system here is that discipline, the authoritarian mindset is completely different in Japan than it was me growing up in Canada. In Canada, it is the teacher is clearly the authority figure controlling over the entire class. And that is the only form of discipline that exists in the Canadian public school system, at least the one I grew up in. In Japan, it is a much more horizontal discipline structure. And that's baked into the cake in every aspect of the way schools are run, the way classes are structured. For example, they will break children, so you got the class of 25, 30 students, whatever it is. They will be broken up into groups of various sorts. And groups will generally get an activity, and it is up essentially to each group to police each other. If there's somebody who's not doing it right, or somebody who's slacking off or something, it is up to the group to essentially discipline that other person, so that when they won't all suffer as a result of it. Essentially, there's a lot more of that sort of horizontal policing that goes in, which is why you end up with the Japanese culture of the hammer that sticks up will get nailed down. There's more of an awareness of not being a burden on others. There's more of the honor culture. It's baked into the cake at every level of society, and it starts from school. Children are taught to police each other.
Now, what does that
more
make?
So than the authority figure at the front.
But that kind of culture, that country, that exactly what you're talking about right there. Generation Next in Japan. This makes what? Less innovation, more collective, solutions, that have collective problems, that goes.
Yeah.
I mean, and then this dating thing and marriage and low birth rates and so on. I mean, because they're not as chemicaled up as we are. It's by choice. There's some dynamic going on. So when you look at poor communities and you say they're poor, they may not think they're poor. Say they don't have any McMansions, and they don't have any bills, and they sit on the porch, and they work hard 4 hours a day, and they raise their kids. So I mean, who's you? As long as they're not burdened on you, what do you care? So happiness is their pursuit as a cultural thing. I can see that it's going to produce. Like the Jewish culture might produce a whole bunch of bankers. I mean, I don't know, lawyers and whatever. It's just a cultural thing. Or the Chinese, are they inherently smarter? Are they just, genetically, maybe a little bit, but damn, they got the, domination in certain math skills.
Or the tiger
whatever.
mom, right?
Yeah, there's this support structure, and you're going to be the best, athlete of whatever, because I have to bop you up back of your head, you're 3. That's what's going to happen. So
Well, there you go. I mean, that's an interesting thing for us to drill down on, because there is clearly some level of correlation. Maybe it's not strict causation, but there is some level of correlation between the stereotypical, archetypical tiger mom idea of the hyper competitive Asian parents who are going to make sure that their child, is the number one in class. If you're not getting straight A's, you're grounded for the rest of your life or whatever. And incredible pressure is put on them to become doctors and engineers and whatever. Clearly that seems to succeed to some extent. I mean, if you just look at, for example, the relative success rates of Asian Americans, first generation, so born in America, but their parents are from Asia, and they have these things drilled into them that the parents are 100% pushing them in these directions, and they generally tend to do better on test scores and tend to become engineers and professionals and whatever at higher rates than the population. So I guess you could say, well, there you go. So, strict parents being absolutely, driving their children like slaves to succeed, it makes for better children, right?
No,
but how do you measure that? And then
exactly. This is what I was writing down. You made me think of something. It was I remember I had a trail bike when I was like 13, 14, and me and my friends, we'd rip it up, man. We were out doing. My dad went with us one time, took us out in the desert, and he started like, "Holy crap, on this lead sled you're doing." So he buys me an RM 125 racing bike. But I gotta be the best, and he bapping me up back of the head with my helmet on, but still, I didn't like it. And bam, you took that turn like a wuss. Get down. Oh, yeah, you want to see? And of course, I do it faster or whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Quit being, it's like a Marine drill sergeant kind of thing. Do I appreciate that? I learned something about myself, but, it didn't make him a hero, So, and I'm like, I didn't do that, Mike, because the goal was fun, not being a champion. What's the goal of the parent?
Yes. You like learning from movies and things. I know you're always making references. Have you seen Whiplash?
I can't say that I have. It seems so familiar. Can you tell me what it's about?
It's about a drumming student at a jazz college in the U.S. who wants to be the best jazz drummer, essentially.
But he doesn't read music?
If that doesn't ring a bell, you haven't seen it. Because, well, he does. Okay, I don't think you've seen this movie. I think you should see this movie because it is exactly this point. The question of what it takes to be, literally, to be the greatest. It's called Whiplash. The question of what it takes to be the greatest and whether that is worth it. And it is about this teacher-student relationship dynamic. It is about all these questions. Yeah. Right. What does it mean to be happy and to live a good life versus being the best? It's very much related to
the victim of the tiger mom. Yeah, no. Well, it's like
being a victim. Being a victim of abuse, and in this case, it is definite abuse that is going on, but it is not physical abuse. But there is absolute abuse going on between the teacher and the student,
Yeah, there's a
that
movie
has some
that
serious consequences.
we really enjoyed. We watched a lot when our grandkids were little. I think our kids were still in. It was called Center Stage, and it was about the New York Ballet or something. It was just a competition to be a ballet and whatever. So one of the reasons why one of our granddaughters is all balleted up, that was, it had a big impact on her. And there was a star character, a lead in one of the things that just, she was the best and so on. She just didn't dig it. I'm not, it's not making me happy. I'm ill. I'm always dieting. It's just, I'm not living a full life. And I thought this is what you wanted. Now this is what you wanted, kind of thing. And the only thing that I said, I knew the fruits of it, playing team sports and stuff and everything. And games are fun and you're motivated and you want to I'll really put the effort in the game. Practice, it's practice. Do wind sprints, I'll go 30%. Jogging. I went so fast. I never got on my kids about winning, not winning. We had one when they were Pee Wee football, that Pop Warner or something, and it was it lost like every game. I don't know if they won a single game, but the parents were so cool. It was all about, they were like 6, 7, whatever, but it sparked the love of the game. And they had fun, and the families had fun, and we all, hey, somebody, you scored a point. Woo! It was so beautiful. And it was so rewarding for the kids and them and so on. They knew they had the support structure, the little football community. Everything, it was all positive experience. It's better to win than not. But, I think you got one in there. So I feel sorry for the other team. But the later on, they go to be state champions and so on. My sons. I know the power of having a team. And so sports, I just wanted them to practice hard. I go, when they do the wind sprints, you're committed. This is how you know. You're the top 5 of all 20 whatever kids. You're top 5. Because even the fastest is jogging. If you can't beat the fastest jogging, you got some problems, okay? You shouldn't be out there. So I'm going, do your best in practice. That, and I'll support you and go give whatever. You go be a slacker, So that was a benefit and about as tiger mommy as I got. I really made that a thing. I don't care what your capability, but it's effort for your team and commitment to your family, and your name and your reputation, all that kind of crap. So that was really the only push that I did, other than being respectful and let me know where they went.
And I want to say, I want to say there is scientific sort of data to back that up, and I'm not going to cite studies and whatever off the top of my head, but
everybody gets
I have
a
heard
trophy, no.
many times. Well, I have heard many times that the most, in a sense, demotivating thing you can do, for example, for a very bright child who's really good at math or whatever, the worst thing you can do is just to say, oh yeah, good job, you're smart, whatever, because those children will not apply themselves. They will not learn how to study or apply themselves. They will just coast, and they will not it will not improve their lives. Versus if you give praise specifically to the effort that they make, more so than the results, not the, oh, you got an A, that means you're good. No, you studied. I saw you taking the time. You did that very well. You were very diligent. You had all your notes, blah, blah, blah. Good job. And that results in a better outcome in the long term, because children learn to associate the effort with the results rather than the results themselves. So I think that's an important part of it. But ultimately, this does come back down to the parenting question, because now that I'm thinking about it, for me personally, what would I want for my children more? For my son to be the best computer programmer in the world, because he's interested in computer programming right now, so he's taking programming lessons, whatever. He's going to be the best programmer in the world and da-da-da, and live a horrible, miserable existence that he doesn't like, or to be happy with what he does and not be the greatest who ever lived at something. And the answer in a heartbeat, I want him to be happy. I want him to live a good life that he wants to live. It's not about achieving a certain result. That isn't the metric that I would use to measure my child's life.
What is your metric? I'm just really starting to think about that.
what will be the metric? Because again, they're 11 and 8. I think I can't possibly have a metric for their life at this point. But I guess at some point. Well, I think my metric might be something along the lines of, thanks, Dad. I had a great childhood or something like that. That will be my. It's not about the specific result. It is about the appreciation of the time that we have together. And I know that's it's not a satisfying answer, but there's something about that. It's more about the experience than it is about.
This is my main goal. That my kids let me play with my grandkids. I'm allowed to come over and watch them and take them places and everything.
Yeah.
They're a little bit more skittish about if Donna's not with me, because I'm driving. You're not allowed to text when the kids are. So that's a rule, man. No texting, no nothing, no distraction. You got the kids in the car. Gotta put it on myself anyway. But the metric that we use for the kids, we made from the very beginning. We wanted to make sure they understood we were raising children to be good parents, so that we could be grandparents and not have to raise our grandkids.
Yeah.
This is which incorporates a whole bunch of things. You're gonna have a semi-traditional family house and take care of and whatever, and we're not worried about them, and we get to be grandparents. That's my win. Just saying. Oh yeah, the other thing.
Yeah.
I go,
now that you say that, I realize that is one of the metrics I've been thinking about. I've talked to my children about what kind of parent they want to be and what parent they will be in the future. And that is that really is the sort of the long-term goal. Can I raise them to be functioning adult human beings who can start their own families? That will be the metric. But for me personally, as a father, my metric will be if they want me in their lives after they grow up and move out, if they still want me in their lives, they still want to have a relationship with me, that's me. Like, oh, okay, I was a good father. Yay. So
I think you'll probably beat the trend, but it seemed to me it was about when they're 25 years old. By the time they're 25, they're kind of starting to, you're not as stupid as they thought you were, Yeah. And by the time they start having kids and they're going through puberty, it's like, oh my God, and I'm going, so it was the one thing that I think that we didn't talk about that I know was an impact. I mean, though it wasn't talked about, but I know it was an impact. The children are branded, they're imprinted with how the mother and father get along. How I treated Donna, how she treated me, how she responded, what she came. But it really was me. I was to blame, patriarchal, you butthead, intimidating. And I know it was. That's why the spanking thing was not such a thing for me. It never was when I was a kid. I mean, didn't like it, but that was kind of the point. But, it was the intimidation, the threat, the anger, the kind of, and it wasn't so much that it was really felt as much as it was demonstrated. It was a snarling wolf alpha male, come man, you're a little dog too. So it was, we can't break away from the influence of the relationship between the parents. You see my point? Well, you got any comments?
Yeah. Just what you're saying there just reminds me, the only times that I can really remember my dad having that kind of anger was when the remote control went missing. And he would just get so angry and he'd be tearing up the whole living room looking for the remote control. And to this day, I remember those scenes. Like, they stick out in my mind. Like, wow, my dad was really angry about that. Or, occasionally, I remember there was one time we had some kind of, we were on a road trip and we had water in the back seat. I can't remember. There was we had some kind of cooler or flask or something. Anyway, it spilled on the seat. It was literally just water. But I remember my dad getting so angry and cleaning it up. He wasn't angry at us. He wasn't but just the experience of that. Oh, this is, male anger essentially imprinted on me.
It's all roided up. This is, and then we get into this, aspect of it. Is that I started thinking about this more. The reason I was thinking it was going to be a thing is because we've gone through what happens when you take, masculinity out of a society or attack it at least. Because I remember I was doing shows back in 9, 10, You know, 2009, 2010, there was a guy named Glenn Sachs. And what he would do every year, you know, on a regular basis, we'd had him on, you know, over the years. And he was an advocate for divorced fathers. That, you know, the crazy back crap wife, drug addict, whatever, just by, you know, tradition, the judges just give them custody of your kid. What the crap was that? Why do you think I divorced her? So he was a big advocate for fathers being treated equally in custody kind of things. Now, he wasn't about breaking the law or stealing the kid or doing it. You got to go through it was a cultural change that he was going for. And he would come on and he would show all these Super Bowl commercials. This started back 8, 9, around in there, 10. And it was all these commercials that were denigrating he's a stupid buffoon guy, the patriarch, you know, them and his buddies, they don't know better, mom knows best. It was kind of the beginning of this USAID crap and a CI kind of targeting change is everything that we knew was going on. It was intentional. They were going after the family. They were going after, you know, the masculinity. It's toxic masculinity. Teach your, you know, girls to shave. I mean, your boys, whatever. And I'm going, can't keep track of it. Glad I didn't. Yeah. So this is an attack. It's intentional. And if we can understand the secret sauce of what makes a complete future human being with ethics and principles that can understand this life of abundance and enjoy it and not be victims of it, we need to know what that is. Well, you have a lot of religious texts, a lot of, you know, cultural references, a lot of stuff. And what I found is that Google didn't have a lot of them on the first page. And I was going, this traditional kind of, oh, they're programmed as they always have been.
Yeah.
So I'm just, you know, you sons of bitches, it's on purpose. Yeah. So we need to talk about it.
Well, okay. This brings up a whole other topic that's incredibly foundationally important to everything we're talking about, is human nature and what that means, and to the extent to which it's malleable and manipulable and flexible.
Life's all about eating and sex, James. Eating and sex. That's it. And not dying from being too cold or something.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm not an anthropologist, but it would be interesting to come up with the absolute bare basic bottom line of every culture has this, and come up with a list of what is absolutely every single human culture that ever comes up will have this and this and this. And then to interrogate whether that every single thing on that list is necessary and will always be, or whether we can envision a society it isn't. Because the first thing I know, most of the feedback to our conversation, even amongst our audience, will be anarchism, freedom, that's pie in the sky nonsense. It's never existed in human society. It never will. And I'll go, well, actually, in Iceland 1,000 years ago, and people will go, screw that. That's, you know, you're just talking tall tales. No, in human history, people will always organize in hierarchies in this way. There's always the alpha male. There will always be this structure. There will always be violence. There will always be force. And so we have to teach our children about that, and the best way is to give them a good pounding when they do something wrong. This is the way it is. This is the way it has always been. This is the way it will always be. Is that true? I mean, that is absolutely what a certain section of the audience will definitely argue if you try to suggest that there are different ways of being a parent or anything else.
It brings to mind, there was a book when I was on vacation as a kid. I must have been 12, you know. And I always get some science fiction book, a little Pulp Fiction at the gas, whatever. And it was called Then Beggars Could Ride. I'm like, you know, I looked it up, you know, years ago, see if it was even there, if I remember the title right. It was, if wishes were horses, then beggars could ride. Well, I didn't understand, you know, or even hear that, or I heard it, but I didn't know what it means. But the book's name was Then Beggars Could Ride. So the implication was, you know, if wishes were horses. Well, the whole book was about a future to where you chose, in a world of abundance, you chose what world you wanted to live in. Did you want to live in the Roaring 20s? Mm-hmm. Did you want to live in ancient Rome? It's like a Westworld thing. Well, what happened was, did you choose to be the slave or the guy being carried by the slaves? And why would you pick one or the other? Was there a slave union? You know, you only had to work so many hours a day, or, you know, how did that work? And they called them mims, like mimicries, okay? So the sailing ships that didn't have to have, you know, hydrocarbons or whatever, they're big sailing ships, cargo, and the guy just liked being a cargo ship pirate of whatever. Of course, it had carbon fiber hull, had Kevlar sails, you know, that kind of crap. As it went on, it was interesting to me, all these different cultures that this guy had left to go, and finally he became one of the techs, like in Harrison Bergeron, you know, he's one of the controllers and all that kind of crap. But on his way, he found, you know, different polygamous Mormon communities. He found, you know, the Amish, the this, the that, the Romans, that, you know, and then there was the Navajo Hopi, one of them, Native American. They have a matriarchy. So you like the Amazonian, you know, women, whatever. So I'm not stuck on it being toxic masculinity, but that is probably what's going to happen, you know. And I'm wondering if that is better or worse. If we had a female president, we wouldn't get any wars. Kamala wouldn't have started World War III. So, you know, I'm wondering, with this kind of, you know, look at the future of abundance, that we're going to be able to select an intentional community or a non-intentional community, unintentional community, and go to space and space station. There's so many options. Because what freedom is, just the options. To prepare for that, do we, you know, let men compete in women's sports? No, I mean, do we have, you know, focus on masculine male behavior and women behavior, and emphasize roles for us in the future as a better way of raising children, or what, you know, allowing tolerances for whatever. But I'm like, is there a secret sauce?
Okay. Well, Ernie, doesn't this come down to the principles, the core principles that are the foundational, fundamental part of Declare Your Independence and who you are and everything that you say? Is there some sort of, should we have a government agency come in and tell people, no more toxic masculinity nonsense, that kind of DEI crap. No, now everyone has to do this. And yay, you know, I was sick of that stuff, so now I'm glad the government is coming in and telling people what to do. Or can this, we cannot control the greater cultural conversation. This comes down to the question, first of all, let's bring up the conspiracy reality. We live in a completely mediated world that for the last century at least, probably more than that, is completely saturated with this mass media that is telling us how to think and what to think all the time, that is owned by a handful of corporations that have a board of directors who are all going to Bilderberg and everything, that are trying deliberately and with malice aforethought, trying to plan a future neo-feudal slave state in which we're just worker bees at best. So there's this whole apparatus around us. What is how do we defend ourselves against that? We elect Trump, and he'll come in and smash the bad guys and use the power of the state in the good way that we like. Or is there another way to do this? And if there is, again, I think this isn't going to be the overnight sort of solution that's going to come about. It's going to be the process of raising the next generation to not listen to Trump or anyone else, and to come up with their own structures about how they govern their own lives. Is that pie in the sky nonsense thinking? There will always be these hierarchical structures. We live in a mass media world. There will always be people in control of the media that are telling you what to think. So we better have the right guys in the position of power to fight back against the bad guys in the positions of power. Is there any other way we can imagine it?
You know, that's what I always felt. I remember having a debate with Stefan Molyneux that was moderated by Kokesh. And it was on religion. His point was, if you believe in the fairy, whatever, Santa Claus, you're too stupid to be libertarian and free, and as the basis of you're an idiot. And I'm just like, wow. Tell libertarians, voluntarists, whatever, you know, anarchists, don't read that book. I mean, you're not allowed to think that way. It's like, wow, that's you're already starting behind the 8 ball. So it was it was interesting. It's online somewhere.
Yeah.
But what it used to be is you'd have join the Girl Scouts, join the Boy Scouts, and then that's what was targeted intentionally. Okay, this was a coordinated attack. This was a decision. This is what we're going to find out with all these programs and the money that they start uncovering with United. Because U.S. aid doesn't stand for aid. It stands for, I don't know, slinging CIA's opinion
Agency
around the
for
world.
International Development.
Yeah, well, that's it.
But it's regime change. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's whatever suits him.
Right.
So this is it used to be you would join the Boy Scouts, and I remember in Red Dawn there was a scene to where we get invaded by Russian proxy, Cubans and all that kind of crap, and they go look at the Boy Scout list and the this that and it's your paramilitary youth organization, the Boy Scouts and everything, and that's kind of how foreigners would perceive it, and maybe that's what their original intention was, good little drones, but it was at least I remember my father being upset by all the Christian references, and it being a thing of faith, which is kind of how it started. Well, then that got all trannied up, and then it went to I can't remember what they called them. It was through your church. They had like Boy Scout church, and that was all around the country. So there's always been an effort to try and have basic fundamental skills like Jay Noon's man camp. It's a man camp. And of course, a bunch of teenage girls and teenage mothers and fathers bringing their teenagers there, and the girls came too, and they're banging out horseshoes or whatever at Porkfest and kind of thing. And it is a desire for this, so they always couch it in that. We want to give wilderness training to your kids. We want to build self-confidence by them doing zip lines. We want to, and then we indoctrinate them. Then they come home with purple hair and rainbow, whatever, So this is, all these things are targeted. All the more reason why we've learned that they have to be local and the closer to the family and the local community as you can get. Bob Anderson has been really doing a lot of work on CAP, Civil Air Patrol, because he's a pilot, he's got a plane, and so he's in the high schools all the time teaching these kids. And he goes, look, they don't have a home.
Wasn't that where they got Oswald?
Really?
I'm pretty sure he was in Civil Air Patrol with a couple of other shady CIA people.
Oh, yeah. No, it's definitely hooked up with the Air Force. That was another thing. The recruitment numbers coming out today.